never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The balance of power in the Senate may see a shift as Democratic Senator Joe Manchin declared he will not seek re-election in 2024. The West Virginian delivered this news through a video shared on social media. At present, the leading contender to succeed him is Republican West Virginia Governor Jim Justice. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is not looking to rule Gaza after the end of the current conflict between Israel and the Palestinian militant group Hamas.
We don't seek to conquer Gaza, we don't seek to occupy Gaza, and we don't seek to govern Gaza.
In a Fox News interview, Netanyahu said that Israel is not looking to govern Gaza and will have to find a civilian government that will be there. The comments come after he told ABC News Monday that he believes Israel will have the overall security responsibility for an indefinite period. Following the U.S. airstrike in Syria, American troops have faced 4 separate attacks. On Wednesday, F-15s targeted a weapons facility in Syria utilized by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups. Officials emphasize that the U.S. is employing proportionate responses, aiming to avoid further escalation in the conflict. Kindergarten vaccine exemptions have reached an historic high.
Data from the CDC, which assesses immunization programs covering measles, mumps, rubella, tetanus, polio, and chickenpox shots, reveals a decrease in the number of children receiving these vaccinations compared to the period before the pandemic. This school year, vaccination coverage stands at 93%, a decline from the previous 95%. The report indicates that a total of 3% of kindergartners had an exemption, with 2.8% of those being non-medical.
That's John Schaefer reporting. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each Pure Ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
It looks like movie and TV actors will be going back to work after nearly 4 months on the picket lines. SAG-AFTRA and the Alliance of Motion Picture Television Producers have tentatively agreed to a new deal. The strike ended at a minute after midnight. Fresh off the heels of securing a contract after a strike against the big 3 automakers, the United Auto Workers is pushing hard to organize non-union auto plants. UAW President Shawn Fain says the union plans to pull out all the stops and use everything at its disposal to get workers on board. One southern state is making U.S. history for a controversial reason.
Alabama has scheduled the first execution by nitrogen hypoxia, an alternative to lethal injection that basically deprives the brain and body of oxygen so the inmate dies by suffocation. Kenneth Eugene Smith's execution by lethal injection was abruptly canceled in November after the state couldn't properly set the IV line before the warrant for execution expired. He asked the state to be put to death by nitrogen gas rather than lethal injection after what he called a botched execution. I'm Corey Myers.
Tracy Chapman has become the first black woman to win an award from the Country Music Association. Her 1988 classic Fast Car was re-recorded this year by country star Luke Combs. Fast Car was named Song of the Year. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Well, thank you very much. What do you say? Everybody ready to roll? Okay, here we go. Looks like a Friday. Indeed. Here comes the weekend. As we will work our way time zone to time zone into the 10th day of November. So here we go. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Gold Eagle Studios. We find ourselves in our secret bunkers, Southwest Ohio. Now, more of a reality check versus 24 hours ago, where it was 72 degrees. Yeah, 51, cloudy skies. Yeah, more typical of where we would be this time of year in this region of the country. If you love a rainy night, you'd love being in eastern Texas, because it is a rainy night. Rain extending from southern Texas all the way into, well, we've got central portions of Kentucky. A lot of rain. You'll be in and out of showers, and some of this is heavier rain. Pockets of heavier rain over western portions of Tennessee between, say, Nashville and Memphis. Right into that zone. Little break in the action for Little Rock. You've had some showers, but plenty more rain streaming up in your direction. Matter of fact, this is going to cause some travel disruptions as we head into and through the weekend. AccuWeather forecasters kind of highlighting portions of Texas and Louisiana may actually be facing a month's worth of rain in a matter of days. So let's start there with our travelers, a round of heavy rain, bringing much needed rain to some areas through the end of the week here. But we've always heard that scenario that too much of a good thing. These downpours are going to impact over a half a dozen states through Friday and Saturday. Now, the heaviest rain will fall over areas that need it the most, from southern and eastern Texas into portions of Louisiana where severe drought conditions are present right now. It's a big-time turnaround from that recent pattern where dry conditions and near-record warmth have been the norm for the better part of the last week. As we look toward next week, there could even be additional rain help cutting into those deficits in that part of the country. That'll help tackle some of the recent disruptive dense fog and wildfires. Super fog that we've been talking about, several fatal incidents there in southern Louisiana near New Orleans. After a dry day Wednesday, the rain began to expand dramatically through the day Thursday from several hundred miles along the Texas border with Mexico, all the way up to the lower Mississippi River. Thursday night through Saturday. So now through Saturday, the rain expands into much of the Texas coast. Neighboring portions of western Louisiana, most of this region will end up taking the brunt of the downpours through the start of the weekend. A general 1 to 3 inches of rain will be common from Austin to Corpus Christi, Houston to San Antone, Shreveport, Louisiana. It's not out of the question up to 6 inches of rain could fall in some areas, especially in southeastern Texas. That means that some areas are going to quickly go from drought to having to worry about localized street and highway flooding. This amount of rain will kind of rival or eclipse the historical average for the entire month of November. As I said, a month's worth of rain in a matter of days. All across the south central U.S., temperatures have either recently approached, tied, or exceeded daily record highs. We've been looking mid to upper 80s. Typically this time of year, you'd be in the upper 60s and lower 70s. That summer-like warmth is going to be replaced. Readings in the 50s and 60s behind this front as we end the work week and start the weekend. You'll have a decent breeze out of the north that'll make it even feel that much cooler. Going to be feeling like temperatures in the lower 40s all the way down to the Gulf Coast by Saturday morning. Big time turnaround. So, a little reality check coming on. Meanwhile, while the forecast rainfall into next week would not put the drought in Texas and Louisiana at rest, it's going to go a long way to help alleviate the dry conditions. Further north and east, the relief will be even more partial, rather. The front can help mix up the atmosphere Friday into the weekend. That will knock down we've seen a lot of dense fog, almost on a nightly basis this week. This front should put an end to that. So, we have, of course, on Tuesday of this week, the deadly crash along I-10, eastern side of New Orleans, the super fog event, the combination of fog and smoke from the marsh fires leading to near zero visibility. We had another round of dense fog nearly the same region on Wednesday morning, which actually led to proactively close the interstate for a period of time to prevent further incidents there. So a bit of good news there. One thing I can't say is we do not see those widespread fog advisories there along the Gulf Coast like we've pretty much seen all this week. Aside from that, most of the national weather map is pretty clear. We will delve into a parade of storms that will be impacting not only the Northwest, but much of the West by the time we get into next week. Between now and through the weekend, a couple of systems will be impacting primarily the Northwest, Washington, Oregon, moving inland to Idaho and Montana. But by next week, storm's going to dip much further to the south, and it's a trend that's expected to continue probably for the rest of the month of November. As we head toward the Thanksgiving travel season, we may see some disruptions. Obviously, higher elevations will be looking at lots of snow with this parade of storms that will be impacting the West. Now, speaking of travel impacts due to wintry weather, reports that multiple members of Shania Twain's production crew hospitalized Wednesday after their bus crashed in the wintry weather conditions in eastern Saskatchewan. According to the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, officers responded shortly after 7 a.m. local time Wednesday to a multi-vehicle crash on Highway 1. The crew bus rolled over, 13 people hospitalized, mostly non-life-threatening injuries. Highway 1 was closed on Wednesday from Wolseley east to the border with Manitoba. Very hazardous road conditions. The crew bus was traveling between Winnipeg and Saskatoon for Twain's Queen of Me tour. But Shania was not actually aboard that bus, according to the management company. Multiple vehicles encountered dangerous driving conditions in the inclement weather. Members of the production crew who required medical attention were taken to nearby hospitals. Shania is still scheduled to perform at the Saskatell Center in Saskatoon, Saskatchewan. That was this past evening, Thursday night. Of course, the 58-year-old Grammy winner kicked off her Queen of Me tour back in April, and she's kind of wrapping up the tour this month in Canada. That's her home country, of course. The final show of the U.S. leg was actually Fargo, North Dakota this past weekend, Sunday night. What a night in Fargo. 19,000 people screaming, singing along to every word. She said it felt super special. Ending the tour in Canada, of course, she said just felt right. Winnipeg, we'll see your beautiful faces tonight, was her post on Tuesday before that Wednesday morning crash. She is slated to return to Las Vegas in May of next year for what's going to be called the Come On Over residency, where she'll be performing all her hits at the Planet Hollywood Las Vegas Resort. All right, so there you go. Breakdown that time of year, transition of the seasons. We've begun to see some of those winter driving conditions. As we kick it off on a Friday morning, Philly Dan, TGIF. Yes, indeed. Thank you so much. Cap and Ron, check it in. Happy 248th birthday to my fellow Marine brothers and sisters. Semper Fi. What's that mean? One day closer? One day closer to the greatest day of the week. I know what you mean there. Speaking of which, it's Friday, the 10th day of November. Saturday will be Veterans Day this year. Now, we always try to make sure folks realize Memorial Day is about those who have paid the ultimate price, sacrificed their life defending this country. Veterans Day is about those who are currently or have previously served. And I always like to open up the opportunity, seeing as this will be our final program here of the Overnight Drive, as we're not live on Saturday morning. So I thought maybe we'd open up the lines if you'd like to recognize someone that's currently serving or had previously served. I've been informed by Knucklebuster. Couldn't help but laugh. He sent me an email a little before 11 o'clock and said, Tennessee, that's his wife, Tennessee will not allow me to stay up past her bedtime. So he had to go to bed. I guess he'd rather be there than talking to me anyway, but so we won't be hearing from Knucklebuster, but Semper Fi to Knucklebuster. I know he's a former Marine. Thanks for your service. Good afternoon, Hammer Down. There's Larry on board from Kingston, New York, 39 degrees, says it's round number 3 to Schenectady tonight. Gilligan, morning, Steve, and the fellow listeners. Kind of overcast, but we're dry here in Buchanan, Virginia. We're still hanging on at 60 degrees. Supposed to get some much-needed rain at the home 20 on Saturday. Yeah, we definitely need it. We got exactly 1 inch of rain the whole month of October. Everybody keep it shiny side up. So, yep, much-needed rain. There you go. Hello, Steve and Stevettes. There's John checking in. Godspeed to you and your followers. God bless the United States of America and the nation of Israel. Again, all's well at the confluence of the I-5 and the I-80 tonight. Copy the mail, 5-7. Hello to Marianne. Hope you're feeling better. She says everybody have a good weekend. Of course, she had her back surgery day before yesterday. There's Miss Millie. Good morning, Steve. All the listeners thanking all those who have served, past, present, to keep us safe. Comfort to the families of those who gave their all. Everybody stay safe and make it home to your families. Have a great weekend. All be blessed. There you go. James is on board. What do you say? I saw Jill Stein is looking to run on the Green Party ticket in 2024. Yeah, probably at least another 2% that will be swinging away from Biden. We'll see how that pans out. Yeah, that's the announcement that was made. Who else we got here? Dan says, good morning, Mike. Prayers for our buddy Rick. That's correct. Rick in Columbus. I saw you had posted earlier. Is in the hospital after having surgery this past evening. Thank you very much, Mike in Beaver Creek. I knew he had been having some health issues. That's Rick in Columbus, Rick Friend. Who typically chimes in with a lot of posts as the night progresses. I guess he's been dealing with some sort of a hernia issue. I know what that's all about. In my life, I've had 3 different hernia surgeries. But a lot of times you try to put it off, procrastinate. When you have hernia issues, a lot of times the hernia will pop out and you have to, kind of push, mush, and try to get it back in. Apparently he could not get the hernia to return, so I guess it was kind of like an emergency surgery he had to have this past evening. So, yes, prayers for Rick there in Columbus, a speedy recovery. Hello to Timothy on board, a nice 62 out here in Rocky Mount, Virginia. Santa Claus checks in, top of the morning from Sacramento, California. God bless our veterans and our current troops tonight. Santa Claus out. And there's Jeffrey just chiming in from New York City. Good morning, Steve. Thanks for the overnight entertainment. Yes, indeed. Welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive at 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, as we kick off a brand new day, a.k.a. Friday. And yeah, Veterans Day weekend coming on. Obviously, a lot of deals to be had out there. Hey, military families and veterans know better than anyone. Veterans Day is not just about saving money, but as the cost of living continues to stretch wallets, this year's discounts for the federal holiday could be a chance to snag a complimentary meal or maybe even a cheaper vacation without breaking the bank. From the military.com website, they put together a comprehensive list. One of these lists is a massive list that includes a lot of local and regional restaurants around the country. They also put together a broader list of well-known chain restaurants that would be available in much more of the country. I'll share a few of those deals with you here. Situations can vary. Exclusions obviously can apply from one chain to another. Before you go, there's a section at the bottom that could save you some headaches. National chains, though, Applebee's, if you've got one near you, offering a free meal for lunch or dinner from a special menu, which they'll have 8 different entrees to choose from. That's for active duty or veterans on Saturday, dine-in only. Limit 1 free meal. Bob Evans offering a free meal, special menu. They'll have 7 items on their menu for active duty and other veterans, dine-in only. You must provide proof of service. California Pizza Kitchen offering a free non-alcoholic beverage and choice of 1 entree from a special menu at locations for active duty and veterans. Most of these all say gratuity and tax not included. Golden Corral locations offering a free meal at all locations from 5 p.m. to closing on Monday, November 13, to all active duty and other veterans for Military Appreciation Night. Hooters Restaurants, how about a free dinner entree from the Veterans Day menu with the purchase of a beverage for active duty and other veterans, November 11. Their Veterans Day menu includes, 5 different Hooters entrees. They say military ID or other proof of service is required. Dine-in only. You've got deals at IHOP. What do you have? Or free red, white, and blueberry pancakes. 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Proof of service required. Little Caesars pizza joints around the country offering a free lunch combo. Now, this is a very brief window, 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. on November the 11th, Saturday. 4 free slices, deep dish pizza. That's like a personal pizza, right? And a 20-ounce Pepsi product. Red Lobster, let's see, what do we got? Giving away free printed meal vouchers to active duty veterans and reservists from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. local time on Saturday. So really, this is where you kind of swing by if you're a veteran. You get the voucher, and the voucher is for veterans shrimp and chips that can be redeemed starting Monday of next week, the 13th of November through Sunday, December 10th. So find a time where you can get by. Just swing in, get your voucher, and then that's good for a free meal at a later date. Couple of others we'll get to. Some of the national Wendy's offering active duty and other veterans a free breakfast combo at participating locations on November 11. Combo includes coffee and a soft drink, breakfast sandwich, and seasoned potatoes. White Castle. How could we miss a slider on Veterans Day, offering a free individual combo meal or breakfast combo meal to active duty and other veterans on November 11 at participating restaurants. That's just a handful, and that's just restaurant deals. There are veterans specials at many, many retailers, from home improvement locations. Just for our veterans out there, it's a one day to say thank you, right? All right, we'll get to the calls coming up here as news break about a minute away. First, of course, coming up, we've got to get a little bit of I guess we'll get a history in space travel lesson as we lost an astronaut, his historic name, Frank Borman. This is the guy who commanded the Apollo 8 historic Christmas of 1968 flight that circled the moon 10 times and paved the way for the first actual lunar landing the following year. Frank Borman passed away at the age of 95 in Billings, Montana, on Tuesday of this week, according to NASA. Give you a little bit more on his history and the Apollo program, all coming up here. It's 844-844-3388.
USA News Update. The balance of power in the Senate may see a shift as Democratic Senator Joe Manchin declared he will not seek re-election in 2024. The West Virginian delivered this news through a video shared on social media. At present, the leading contender to succeed him is Republican West Virginia Governor Jim Justice. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is not looking to rule Gaza after the end of the current conflict.
We don't seek to conquer Gaza, and we don't seek to govern Gaza.
In a Fox News interview, Netanyahu said that Israel is not looking to govern Gaza and will have to find a civilian government that will be there. Following the U.S. airstrike in Syria, American troops have faced 4 separate attacks. Officials emphasize that the U.S. is employing proportionate responses, aiming to avoid further escalation in the conflict. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. engines. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Good to have you on board as we get things up and running here on a Friday. What's on tap for the weekend? Oh, yeah, college football. Yeah, we'll break down any big matchups this weekend. Hello to Daisy Dudley, who says, good morning, Steve. Good to have you on board. Mary Ann did say after the back surgery, she said, I'm feeling okay. Actually was able to get up and sit in the chair twice over the past day. One day at a time there, Mary Ann. That's the way it goes, right? One day closer to...
One day closer to the greatest day of the week. And that's Monday.
Hello, Captain Ron.
Pretty good. This is a pretty good day as well. Happy birthday to my fellow Marine brothers and sisters. And happy Veterans Day to all those that served before me and with me, and those that are so. But I think I'm going to start my restaurant tour when I get off work this morning.
Now, who would have a deal going? Who's got something going for Friday?
Denny's. And I guess it's in my neighborhood. I don't know if it's across the country, but they're starting theirs this morning at 6 o'clock, I think.
Is that right?
But I'm gonna hit the one by the yard. You get the original Grand Slam, and I'll wolf that down and then drive home. And there's one over by my house, so I'll probably stop there and get another one.
Double dip.
Yeah. I'll get the party started anyway.
You got a Shoney's restaurant. I say Shoney's has an all-you-can-eat breakfast bar from starting 11 a.m. From opening.
No, I don't have that.
Opening till 11 a.m. I'm sorry, from opening till 11 a.m. on Saturday. No Shoney's?
No, I don't have Shoney's. I don't think. And then Saturday, I'm going to go hit Perkins when they open, and then swing by Bob Evans and then probably Chili's and Applebee's. And then I'll figure out something for, I know Sonny's barbecues for the evening for one. So I'll see what I got planned in between those, I think. My sister, she said, yeah, that's a lot of food, even if it is free. And I said, well, yeah, I know, but it's free. I mean, if you're a veteran, you got to go to these free meals. And like you say, there's other, I think there's even oil changes at some places and haircuts and stuff like that.
Yep.
Also, isn't there?
Absolutely, yes.
I normally don't get to do all of that because it's normally on a weekday, but it happens to be Friday and Saturday for me this time around. So I think I will go out on my restaurant tour after all. And then maybe I'll squeeze in putting up the Christmas lights. Maybe.
That's got to be.
I can get out of the chair.
That's got to be fun, putting up Christmas lights in Florida.
Oh, it was 88 degrees, I think, today.
Wow.
1 degree short of the record, what they said, record high. And we haven't had. I think we only got a half inch of rain last month. It's like virtually no rain. It's crazy. But anyway, that's what I've got going for the weekend.
If anybody wants to find the comprehensive list, you know what? I could probably share this on my Facebook page, but I mean, I went to military.com. And they've got the comprehensive. I do see Denny's is on that list there from opening this morning till like 11 a.m. or something. I think it is.
Right. It's just that little window. Some of the places I'm kind of disappointed in that it's such a small window, like 11 to 2 or something.
Yeah,
like
this
that.
one, Denny's is 5 a.m. till noon today, so that's not bad. The free original Grand Slam on today, November 10th. You're correct. So, yeah, but military.com, they've got, I mean, hundreds of restaurant deals. There's actually links for retail deals, retail discounts, Veterans Day give back programs. I mean, travel and recreation discounts. It's all there.
Right, and then also Publix in my neck of the woods. I mean, Publix is everywhere. So that's one that nobody should turn down if they can get it.
Right, sure.
In this day and age. But anyway, I served in the Marine Corps from 79 to 83 and didn't go anywhere. I was at 29 Palms, California, my whole enlistment.
Is that right?
Hot. It's desert, high desert, where 29 Palms is.
Yeah, I hear you. Wow.
But anyway, thanks for taking my call, and before I forget, go Blue.
Okay.
Have a good weekend.
All right. Yeah, I mean, I'm looking to. I haven't checked. Did we find anything as far as like Harbaugh yesterday? I mean, they talked about maybe some punishment coming down. Have you seen anything?
I haven't heard anything, but I heard somewhere else that guy that resigned, that Colin guy, he went to 30 games at 11 venues. Now, I don't know, but there's no rule in college football about stealing signs. So I don't know what they're going to do.
Okay.
I know they've got a sportsmanship type kind of rule, but I don't, it's kind of like unprecedented from what I can tell. I mean, if you figure out another team's signals, isn't that kind of part of the game?
I don't know.
You know what I mean?
Is that I mean, maybe is.
I mean, that's
the sportsmanship agreement. I guess is that where you say you won't do those kind of things? Is it supposed to be like a gentleman's agreement? Maybe.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, it might. But, I mean, if you figure out somebody's pitch, what they're going to throw.
Yeah.
And, I mean, they were kind of blatant banging on the cans. But if you figure out the other team's signals, then, you know, I guess that's part of it. And that's why these head coaches, they cover up their lips when they're, you know, with the play sheet, so nobody can figure out what they're saying.
Yep.
And that's why they do that. But that's all I've got for today, and appreciate you taking my call, and love the show as always.
All right, thanks for your service. Have a great Veterans Day. Don't eat too much. What the hey? He's going to make the rounds, the Veterans Day restaurant tour, as he calls it. All right. Hey, if it's late out there, if it's available for you, why not? I did pull up the latest from, we'll get to the latest from USA Today. Still awaiting from, this was just a few hours ago, where they kind of gave an update what the anticipation is with Michigan football potential punishment. And we'll see if we can pull that up. First, let me get back to astronaut Frank Borman passing away this week. He also led troubled Eastern Airlines back in the 70s and early 80s after leaving the astronaut corps. But he was best known for his NASA duties. He and his crew, James Lovell and William Anders, were the first Apollo mission to actually fly to the moon. And they were the first to actually see the Earth as a distant sphere in space. NASA's Administrator Bill Nelson issuing a statement this past day. Today, we remember one of NASA's best. Astronaut Frank Borman was a true American hero. His lifelong love for aviation and exploration was only surpassed by a love for his wife, Susan. We go back, launched from Florida's Cape Canaveral, December 21 of 1968. I do not recall. I was a tad too young. It was the Apollo 8 trio that spent 3 days traveling to the moon, slipping into lunar orbit on Christmas Eve that year after they circled 10 times. On December 24th and December 25th, they headed back home on December 27. On Christmas Eve, the astronauts read from the book of Genesis in a live telecast from the orbiter. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. Borman ended that broadcast with, and from the crew of Apollo 8, we close with good night, good luck, a Merry Christmas, and God bless you all of you on the good earth. Now, Lovell and Borman had previously flown together during the 2-week Gemini 7 mission, which launched December 4th of 1965, and at only 120 feet apart completed the first space orbital rendezvous with Gemini 6. Borman spoke back in 1998. He said Gemini was a tough go. It was smaller than the front seat of a Volkswagen Bug. It made Apollo seem like a super-duper plush touring bus. In his book, Countdown, an autobiography, Borman said Apollo 8 was originally supposed to orbit Earth, but the success of the Apollo 7 mission in October of '68 that showed system reliability on long-duration flights made NASA decide it was time to take a shot at flying to the moon. Borman said there was another reason, though. NASA changed the plan. They wanted to beat the Russians. Borman said he thought an orbit would suffice. My main concern in this whole flight was to get there ahead of the Russians and get home. That was a pretty darn big achievement in my eyes. It was on the crew's fourth orbit that Anders snapped the iconic Earthrise photo showing a blue and white Earth rising above the gray lunar landscape. Borman wrote about how the Earth looked from afar. We were the first humans to see the world in its majestic totality. A truly emotional experience for all three of us. We said nothing to each other, but I was sure our thoughts were identical, that our families were on that spinning globe. And maybe we shared another thought that I had. He said, this must be what God sees. Imagine being the first to look down on the planet Earth. There you go. It is 844-844-3388. We return in 2.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Well, what do you say? Happy Friday. What do you know, hippopotamus?
Hey, morning, Your Honor. Thanks for taking the call this morning. I guess thanks to everybody there that served, joined, gone to do whatever had to be done. Greatly appreciated. I don't know. Opportunity really wasn't there. That I didn't ever care for who was going to be my boss most of the time is what it ended up. I did seriously have some considerations in '93 there after the first World Trade Center bombing. I mean, that was a consideration, and we were already married and everything, so had thoughts, but they didn't go very far there after 2001, so. But anyways, I'm always there to help support and always be part of, because my grandfather was in World War II there. He did he was in Africa in the Pacific campaign, so he was around the Philippines and everything with the Navy, and I had cousins in the Marine Corps and that, and so speaking of the Marine Corps, Knuckle Buster, you said he was sleeping in the hills of Tennessee?
That's something of that nature, I believe, yes.
Yeah. All right, yeah. Anyways, let's get my train of thought back on track here, because I don't know. Anyways, but hey, speaking of that type of thing, wife was saying something about there's a fire going somewhere out towards our way here. Got the Shenandoah or something, she said. I can't remember exactly now, but supposedly it started out as a controlled burn and is out of control. So I don't know if you had anything on that. I mean, as Captain Ron was saying, we haven't had any great amount of rain around here, so I don't know if they have the red flag warnings out or not, but it's possible that, things are dry enough that, especially with all the leaves coming down now.
Oh, yeah.
It wouldn't take much to have something that's a little bit of a tinder box just to take right off, and so it's a possibility. And I guess the one thing I meant to say there, when I first called you there, I was riding around the DC 250 there, that I-495 Capitol Beltway, and they had a sign going there, one of the electronic signs going, said, use caution because the Woodrow Wilson Bridge was open. And I'm thinking that saying that the Woodrow Wilson Bridge is open doesn't mean it's good to drive across, because it's a drawbridge, Your Honor. So I'm thinking when they said the bridge is open, you might get wet if you tried to go through there. So I'm not sure if they had a boat going through, they had to open and close the bridge, and whether that's a continuous thing for any amount of time, or whether they're doing maintenance on the bridge and they got it open and closed, or what they're doing, I'm not sure. But so if you're coming up 95 and going to go around the Capitol Beltway, might possibly want to go to the west side and avoid the Woodrow Wilson Bridge in case there's something going on there. So, but other than that, I don't know, not a whole lot going on. Glad to hear that the Denny's is out there, and they're going to go out of business by the time Captain Ron's done going to every franchise in the Florida market. But so, anyways, I don't know, what else do we got? You got to remember, you got to put one of them sticky pad notes there on your computer screen there to make sure you ask Philip about that whole situation. We've been wanting to know the whole thing about there,
yeah. If we typically don't get to hear from him on Friday morning, and every once in a while he'll get up early and give us a ring. We'll see if he chimes in this morning.
Yeah, maybe SpaceX will wake him up there and get him motivated to call in or something.
I did see Sylvester from the Land Down Under. I did send him a message earlier this week when he had changed his profile picture and he had that Steve Summers Overnight Drive shirt on. I said, he did message me that he's hoping to maybe call here this morning, Friday morning. So maybe we can get an update from the Land Down Under.
There you go. That'd be a good deal. So, but now I guess that's about all we got going for you here at this first part there. So maybe me and Scarecrow have to fill in a little bit for the Knuckle Buster. I don't know. I'll have to go out there and scan the news sources and see what we can come up with for you there. Otherwise you might be down to Parkinson. I don't know. We'll have to see how the Casual Friday works out there.
Casual Friday.
Just in case anybody's needing to know there at the beginning of the show. We don't usually say it at the beginning of the show, but you got to remember, Casual Friday doesn't mean drive naked. We'll catch you later.
I got an answer to your question about the fires. I had not really seen anything about it. I guess this is over the last several days. But Virginia's Governor Glenn Youngkin has declared a month-long state of emergency due to uncontained wildfires and severe drought conditions in the state. One of those fires is partially in, as you mentioned there, the Shenandoah National Park. The other about 200 miles further southwest near the Rocky Knob Recreation Area. According to the Virginia Department of Forestry, in the executive order, Youngkin said the state of emergency went into effect on Monday of this week, remains in force for 30 days unless amended or rescinded. Virginia is experiencing multiple wildfires due to extremely dry conditions and high winds, both of which are common during the ongoing fall fire season. These fires have and may continue to pose a significant threat to public health and safety. Additional resources are needed to contain these fires and respond to additional fires as necessary. So this mandates the evacuation of all affected areas if local officials deem necessary, authorizing $2.75 million in state funds for response and recovery. The order noted that two fires, the Quaker Run fire in Madison County about 90 miles southwest of Washington, and the Tuggles Gap fire about 310 miles southwest of Washington, broke containment lines in recent days. The Quaker Run fires burned about 2,800 acres on private, state, and federal lands, including about 670 acres in the Shenandoah National Park. Shenandoah National Park enacted a complete fire ban effective 8 a.m. this past Monday. Tuesday afternoon, the Virginia Department of Forestry indicated the Quaker Run fire was about 40% contained, the Tuggles Gap fire about 10% contained. Now, this as West Virginia and Western Maryland indeed have been struggling with severe drought conditions, while the broader Washington region all dealing with abnormally dry conditions. There you go, update. Thanks for the heads up there. Horse Feathers, our number, 844-844-3388. Rolling into a Friday, TGIF, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Taking to the social media platform X today, West Virginia Democrat Joe Manchin announced he will not be running for re-election in 2024.
What I will be doing is traveling the country and speaking out to see if there is an interest in creating a movement to mobilize the middle and bring Americans together.
Manchin said he feels he's accomplished all he can for West Virginia. This almost certainly guarantees Republicans a Senate seat in the deeply red state. GOP Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is introducing a resolution to initiate the impeachment of the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. Greene alleges that Mayorkas has committed high crimes and misdemeanors pertaining to the U.S. southern border. The House has a window of 2 legislative days to cast their votes on the resolution. President Biden is commending the reopening of Stellantis plant as a crucial component of the fresh labor agreement between automakers and the United Auto Workers Union. Addressing union workers in Belvidere, Illinois, Biden referred to it as a monumentous achievement.
You guys sacrificed to save the automobile industry, and now the auto companies were doing incredibly well. So auto workers should be doing incredibly well as well.
He lauded the historic UAW contract negotiated with the 3 major automakers. The new contract encompasses substantial wage hikes and robust job safeguards. A new study from the Organization for Economic Cooperation Development found that binge drinking around the world is very popular. The country that does it the most is Denmark, followed by Romania, and then Britain. Nearly 1 in 5 adults reported heavy drinking at least once a month on average across 29 countries in 2019. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Federal prosecutors say a man accused of robbing 2 Salt Lake area banks reportedly used Uber to make his getaway from one holdup. The 35-year-old man was indicted Wednesday for bank robberies on October 31st and November 2nd. The U.S. Attorney's Office said bank employees wrote down the license number of the car that took him away from the first holdup, and investigators tracked it to an Uber. It appears the longest actor strike against film and television studios in Hollywood history is ending. The SAG-AFTRA union says the strike will officially end today after a deal was approved via unanimous vote. An agreement will now go to the SAG-AFTRA National Board to be approved on Friday. Tracy Chapman has become the first black woman to win an award from the Country Music Association. Her 1988 classic Fast Car was re-recorded this year by country star Luke Combs, #1 on both the country and adult top 40 charts. At Wednesday night's CMA award ceremony, Fast Car was named Song of the Year. Get ready to face emotions again.
Pixar giving a first look at Inside Out 2, the animation studio releasing the teaser trailer for the sequel to the 2015 film that won the Oscar for Best Animated Feature. The preview shows joy, sadness, disgust, fear, and anger meeting a new emotion, anxiety. I'm Corey Myers.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
What do you say? Back on a Friday. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Central Time Zone, welcome in, 10th day of November. Looking ahead, college football. Week number 11 kicked off this past evening, Thursday night football. Number 11, Louisville, taking care of business over Virginia, 31-24, the final score. Yeah, looking ahead, Saturday, big day. Roll Tide. There you go, Brother Rambler. Alabama faces off with Kentucky at high noon Saturday. There's a couple of... when you've got two top 10 teams facing off against one another, that's pretty big, right? Number 2, Michigan, faces off against Penn State. Penn State at number 9 heading into the weekend. 2 in the top 10. The other would be Georgia, number 1, Georgia, facing off Mississippi, a.k.a. Ole Miss, ranked number 10. That'll be a Saturday evening, 7 p.m. kickoff for that game. Elsewhere in college football, what are we looking at? Tulane versus Tulsa. Arizona facing off against Colorado. Will James Madison remain undefeated? Go Gilligan. They'll be taking on Connecticut. Tennessee versus number 14 versus 16. That should be a good game. Tennessee versus Missouri. Let's see. Dingbats, Florida Gators facing off against Florida State. Texas versus TCU. Oklahoma faces West Virginia. It's Ohio State versus Michigan State. Yeah, that big matchup, Ohio versus Michigan. Still a couple weeks away, coming up Thanksgiving week. That's a quick look around college football as we head into week number 11. Hello, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Well, first off, happy birthday, Marine Corps. As it is, we all follow y'all. So, y'all are the first, and Space Force is the last. So at least the Air Force ain't last no more. We're kind of right there in 4th place. So, anyways, yeah, football, A&M. The hell with them. I don't care. They were talking about Jimbo Fisher. His fortunes are tied to the West Texas oil. And you're wondering, well, how is that tied in? Well, a lot of Aggie alumni are millionaires due to the oil. So if the price of oil goes up at the end of next season, if he does the same crap he's done so far, all hype and just a flat on the field, then they'll be more able to afford paying him off his $70 million or whatever, $68 million after next season. And then they can search for a true coach that wants to win and not be mediocre. Now, one of the articles I read said, well, he's had a lot of close games. They just don't know how to close it. Yeah, there's a lot of losses except for Miami where they really royally screwed up. They've been in it to the last minute, and they'll either lose it by 1, by 3, or by 6. But a loss is a loss. I don't care, You're going to come to a school and say, we're going to win 5-4, 6-4, 8-5. That's not good enough.
Mm-hmm.
So all I can say is, he better ship up or he's going to be shipped out. Okay, well, let's see here. What else we got going on today? Yep, Veterans Day coming up. From the Air Force veteran to the rest of you crew out there that are vets, no matter what branch, thank you very much for your service. And, if we happen to, no matter what shape we're in now, if something happens, we know we'll all be ready to say, answer the call in case they need us. And Lord, I hope they don't. But in case our country does, I'm sure we are all aware and are willing and able to serve again if called. All righty. Well, let's see here. Steve, you ever get a speeding ticket?
I've had a few in my life. I have. It's, knock on wood. It's been a while, but why do you ask?
Well, have you been chastised about a speeding ticket by a potential employer?
That I have not. Never.
Getting the 3rd degree. I had talked to a potential employer yesterday, and he sounds like he knows his business. Just at the very end of the conversation, I had asked if my ticket from 2 years ago was going to be an issue. And he asked me to explain and what happened, and I did. And he spent the next 20 minutes telling me what kind of a DA move that was, that the most vulnerable person had something happen, like, say, a blowout, would have been my co-driver who was in the bunk.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're all valid points. You know, there's no reason to get a speeding ticket. You know, if it's 55, set the cruise for 55, control your speed. Now, I knew I messed up when the lights came on 2 years ago with another company. I don't need to have him tell me how the cow ate the cabbage. Right now, what I'm doing, I basically have a dirty bomb on the back of this trailer. I am checked by DOE to make sure that, you know, I'm not a risk. I am looked over by a government agency that has this thing on satellite to make sure that I am okay and that I must, when loaded, let them know, hey, I'm stopping for this reason. We're back on the road. We're getting fuel. We're whatever it is. I also have that same thing with the company. Whenever I stop, loaded or unloaded, I must let them know why I stopped. You know, food, fuel, regular safety checks. You know, there's a whole host of things. I don't need money that bad to be chastised by a potential employer. And I'm just about ready to tell him, do you know what the letters FO stand for? So, anyways, the second potential employer, from the people I talked to, my ticket should not be a real big issue because that was 2 years ago. It's going to drop off here in another 7 months. I understand that the potential employer in Albuquerque really needs drivers, but, you know, with them being hit with the cyber attack and the terminal manager being replaced, you know, it's been about 2 months since I put that request in, or my application in, and, you know, I still haven't heard.
Yeah.
And I have called the office and said, hey, it's been suggested I call y'all and let you know, my application is on your desk. What's the status? If they need drivers that bad, you know, I haven't had anything major in a long damn time, 15, 20 years. The only thing I've had in the last 18 is that one speeding ticket. So, I mean, what is it about Albuquerque that it's the crossroads of 25 and 40. Surely someone somewhere has got freight that goes through to there to be distributed, or get there to be continued on down the road.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking to a group of drivers earlier today, and I said, the lady heat wave is tired of New Mexico. And I'm getting to the point where I'm tired of New Mexico. It's like, what do I have to do to get a job with a carrier that is stable, that is family oriented? that has steady work? Do I need to move out of state? And we have talked about it. Now, she doesn't want to move to Texas because I got some really good-looking cousins. And I said, hey, wait a minute, this ain't Arkansas.
Right.
You know, we don't do that kind of stuff.
Uh-oh.
We do have morals. And Arkansas, nothing but love for y'all. It's just, whatever. At least you don't have blue people like you got in Kentucky. So that's all I got to say about that. But I mean, you know, a couple of the places that we had talked about, Indiana and Ohio. You know, it's just been talk to this point. But I mean, do I absolutely have to move out of the state to get a decent paying job? And for Jack Schmidt, thank you very much for the heads up on that Labatt's position in Albuquerque. I do appreciate it. The problem is they are not willing to pay the money that a driver should be paid.
Yeah.
You know, if you're single, $65,000 to $75,000 a year is fine. But man, I got a house payment. I have loans. I have cars that are still getting paid on. I've got bills. I mean, I don't want to drop any more than what I have with Yellow going out of business. I want to progress. And the company that I'm with now said 90,000. There was no steps. It didn't say up to. It said 90,000 on the recruitment. I didn't find out about it until after I had gone and got my DOT physical and my drug screen. Well, we start out at this.
How
That's
many?
going to be all right.
How many years it take to get up there? 2-3 years. You're going to be working your way up to it.
Well, it'll happen after the first year. It's 3 steps. 6 months, boom. Then at the end of your first year, then you're going to be based at that salary. Now, I mean, you know, that I would say that's almost false advertising for any company out there that just has a number. Nothing says up to or
yeah.
Or build, yeah. So, I mean, and then when they spend that kind of money right there to get you your drug screen and your physical, you feel obligated. And 2, it's like, well, it is a job. You know, it benefits, they're great for the driver if you're single, but if you have, like I have, a wife, or if you have a wife and family, you know, that's going to cut into what you're making.
Right.
And that is what's happening right now.
Isn't that the same strategy that these big companies that offer driver training use? You go in, you sit down with the recruiter, we're going to go put you through this 6-week or 8-week, however many week course, and we'll have room and board here while you're being trained, and you're going to make up to $85,000 a year. Okay, and then they go through the training, and then they're indentured servants for the next year and a half, barely even being able to get by to pay the rent.
Right, man. But see, you had said the key word
up to okay
amount.
You got to work your way up to it.
Yeah, you know, and had that been there, you know, I probably wouldn't have jumped on it. You know, if it said up to, then I would have been saying, okay, well, what is the start? You know, is it per mile? Is it salary? What is it?
And it kind of missed the fine print.
So, yeah, well, I mean, there was no fine print there at all for them to put out. So, you know, what is it that I'm going to have to do to get back where I was? Am I going to have to wait until, theoretically, Jack Cooper Transportation gets the okay to reorganize Yellow? I think I sent you the article, I think, from the Wall Street Journal or somebody that said, that's what they're trying to do. They have no experience at LTL, but that's what they want to do, and they have a plan to do so and hire some, not all of, but some of the drivers that Yellow had. And of course, my question is,
but at the same time,
coming from?
The bankruptcy judge has already granted Ritchie Brothers the auction rights. I think it's grasping for straws. It's too little, too late to revive Yellow. I mean, it's been over. The auction is coming up here in a matter of weeks. FreightWaves, or I'm sorry, this was actually Reuters news yesterday or day before. Kind of highlighted. Still trying to resurrect Yellow. Congressional pressure is growing on the Treasury to help salvage Yellow from bankruptcy. Republicans and Democrats alike, according to letters viewed by Reuters News. I'll tell you a little more on what they had to say coming up here. First, we get a quick timeout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano-lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
If that sound gives you nightmares, there's a cheap and easy way to avoid engines not firing. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Pour Stable in your gas can or directly into the tank of your car, truck, hybrid, boat, ATV, motorcycle, or lawnmower to prevent fuel-related engine problems that cost time and money. When you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
So it looks like Republican Josh Hawley, the senator, is the latest lawmaker to ask the Treasury in a letter this past day to extend the terms of the controversial $700 million pandemic loan to Yellow. That after separate letters by Republican Roger Marshall, Democrat Sherrod Brown, and Bob Casey last month. Earlier this week, Elizabeth Warren and Ed Markey sent letters as well. The Republicans and Democrats pushing Treasury could benefit Jack Cooper, one of the largest U.S. privately owned auto transport companies. It's a long shot bid to rescue Yellow from the bankruptcy liquidation. The key to that, though, is extending the loan that's due at the end of September next year till the end of September in 2026 is what they're trying to say. One notable quote, according to Hawley, a modification of the repayment terms will allow Yellow to obtain a buyer who will keep its assets together as a going concern. That is, keep it in business as a player in the trucking sector. Now, no reports of they're going to look for a buyer. That's first I've heard. Now, making the loan repayment terms more flexible, he said, would be common sense to keep Yellow's trucks on the road and the workforce gainfully employed. All this should have been done 2 months ago. And like I said, the bankruptcy court is already in the process. Final step, according to Reuters this past day, is a final decision by the Treasury on whether it will extend the loan is expected sometime this month. But at the same time, as the bankruptcy proceeds to the potential sale of the assets. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be enough time in any form or fashion. And it's not that the government needs to be worried about the $700 million loan. The sale of just the terminals, the properties, is going to garner enough. We've already got, the $1.525 billion, whatever the bid was from Estes to purchase those terminal locations. That's enough to pay back the $700 million loan. And then how much they'll get out of the trucks, the trailers, that's, again, the bankruptcy court has already authorized that sale to proceed here in a matter of weeks. I don't know why they're even grasping for straws, I guess you'd say. But our number, 844-844-3388, about a minute before news break. Did anyone tune in to the presidential debate, the Republican debate, the other night? Well, not many. The third Republican presidential primary debate on NBC News. Less than 7 million Americans tuning in. The lowest audience turnout of the current campaign season. 45% drop in viewers from the first debate. During the prime time slot, 8 to 10 p.m. Wednesday, the broadcast attracted 6.8 million viewers on linear television, 1.3 million falling within the coveted 25 to 54 age demographic, according to Nielsen Research. Lower than the 9 million that tuned in for the second debate. And what was it? The third debate was also significantly lower than the nearly 12.8 who watched the inaugural debate on Fox News back in August. It was 12.8 for that first debate.
USA News Update. The balance of power in the Senate may see a shift as Democratic Senator Joe Manchin declared he will not seek re-election in 2024. The West Virginian delivered this news through a video shared on social media. At present, the leading contender to succeed him is Republican West Virginia Governor Jim Justice. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is not looking to rule Gaza after the end of the current conflict.
We don't seek to conquer Gaza, and we don't seek to govern Gaza.
In a Fox News interview, Netanyahu said that Israel is not looking to govern Gaza and will have to find a civilian government that will be there. Following the U.S. airstrike in Syria, American troops have faced 4 separate attacks. Officials emphasize that the U.S. is employing proportionate responses, aiming to avoid further escalation in the conflict. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Who we got checking in here? Brain Dead. Morning, Steve. Happy Friday to you. It's my Monday again. And for me, it feels like one, too. Sent you a few nominees for DA of the Week. Try to call in later, but now it's time to point this slow-moving, white-painted grocery truck to Jackson, Tennessee for a drop-in hook. Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Where you been? Morning, Steve. 44, a cold wind in Amarillo, Texas kind of night. One of the WRCA Ranch Rodeo Finals in the books. We started at 6 a.m., just got back to the hotel for an early start again in 6 hours. Wow. A lot of junior rodeo, horse show, and ranch rodeo action today through the final performance on Sunday. Then I'll head home to the Hot Blonde Wife Monday at noon when my contract expires. Live action daily, a great ranch and cowboy trade and trapping show. Western entertainers and the finest in ranch rodeo. So that's where he's been. That explains it. Shout out to the trucking icon Hall of Famer Carolina Monkey Gouger from the 4-6s Ranch Dixon Creek Division. So he's enjoying some rodeo action, live action. There's Buckeye Boy in Longview, Texas. So he's on the road. 56 raining, which I've been in since about Monroe, Louisiana, coming down pretty hard at times. Hope we get some of that over in Georgia. We could really use it. In your discussion with Heatwave last night about them sending money to the southern border, it doesn't matter if they don't change their policies about not letting people just waltz across. It's not going to make a difference, except line somebody's pocket like the NGOs that receive billions but have no accountability. Anyway, shout out for Veterans Day to my nephew-in-law who's in the USCG, stationed on a Coast Guard cutter out of San Francisco, and to all the men and women who've served and are serving. And happy birthday, Marines. Have a great night, a better weekend. Everybody be careful out there. Hey there, Heat Wave, move to Georgia. I can get you a job. There's an option for you there, Senor Heat Wave. And Michael also said, yes, Heat Wave, think about moving to Cincinnati. Yeah, great employers like R&L Carrier, Kroger, many others. Yeah, also Georgia or Arizona. Makes sense to me. All right. He asked about the options, so I guess there's a few to throw your way. 5-7 on a Friday. Good morning.
Yeah, go Navy, beat Army. Every cruise, they would take the E1s, E2s, pull them out of each division and put them up into mess duty. Well, I come up and they assigned me to the captain's mess. This was cool. We were on our way away. We just got through with our 6 months of deployment in the Middle East. We're going across the North Atlantic, and I show up. I've got to wear all my my clean dungarees, polished core frame shoes, everything. I'm covered with grease and paint and everything down the engine, engineering. So I'm up there, and what was cool is by this time the whole crew was eating spam and eggs for breakfast. They were trying to get rid of all the spam. But when you worked up there at the captain's mess, you ate what the captain ate. I was up there eating steak and eggs. And that Filipino cook, man, it was just a little grill there. It was cool. My job was to set out tablecloths, plates, and all that. Wear this little white steward's jacket, and cater to the officers who pay for their food. The crew gets their food, but they pay for their food, so you got to take good care of them. Well, that first night, I would go from 0600 to 1800, as what my duty station was. Well, get a call, a ring, and the Filipino cook says, take captain his coffee, his evening coffee. So I throw that a cup, a saucer, a cloth napkin, and a cup of coffee on that. Now I've got to go out and climb straight up 3 ladders to 3 different decks up to the bridge. By the time I get up there, there's coffee all over everything. And the captain lit up on me and called me everything under the foot. So I had to go back down. I learned how to climb that up. You put one napkin in the pocket. You got up there to CIC, which is just behind the bridge. Stepped in there, set everything down, then you pour the coffee, and then put a napkin under it and present it to the captain. He's happy. So, but every time the man talks, to us, he talks like we were dirt. But one night, it was right there at 1800, and the Filipino cook goes, find out the captain's going to eat dinner. He never showed up. So I climb up there, and I presented myself before the captain. Sir, forget his name. I want to know if you're going to have dinner. Captain just looked at me and said, don't bother me now. So I go back down, and I told him, captain said, don't bother. So it's right at 1800, 6 p.m., and I'm pulling the jacket off. I done stowed everything away, washed the dishes, the whole 9 yards. Well, the captain walks in just before I walk out, and he goes, where's my dinner? And I stood to attention. I said, sir, you told me you were leave me alone. You didn't say hold you a dinner. And Pitch said he too, talking to the captain. So about that time, I put out the tablecloth, put everything, and he sits down, and I walk up to the window where the cook is. He hands me the plate. I set it down and the cup of coffee down. I go stand on the starboard side of the boardroom, facing the captain. I'm sitting there. He takes a couple bites and he goes, where'd you get this? Did you dig this out of the trash can?
And they don't call them trash cans. They call it trash cans. It reminds with the word sit, in a can, you know. And I go, I don't know, sir. I'm standing there, and I swear to you, he looked over to the Filipino cook, and Filipinos are sort of a darker skin, but I swear that man was standing there turned solid white. But the captain got up and marched out, and that was the last we heard of it. But hey, listen, if you're going to give an order, I followed my orders directly. He said, "Get out of here."
Leave me
I was
alone.
up on the bridge.
Don't bother me right now.
There you go. That's it. So he ended up having his dinner. Now, horse feathers, real quick, buddy. If you registered for the, you registered to be on call to go into the military. So you're not only that, you've gone to work, you paid your taxes. Don't let any veteran or anybody talk you down. It's a volunteer military. The food we ate, the clothes on our back, the deck we stepped on, and all the equipment we had to protect ourselves out at sea was paid for by the American taxpayer. So it was all teamwork. So, and even today, I'm being took care at the VA. Listen, as long as you've gone to work, and if you registered during the, I forget what they call it, when you turned 18, buddy, you're good to go. Don't feel like you've done anything less.
Right.
Matter of fact,
Right.
if you're a fireman or a police officer, I never had to carry a sidearm for self-protection. I never had to worry about my roof falling in, fire. So we appreciate y'all's service too. 5-7. We down. We're going to look for our second load this
There you
Savannah.
go. I'm pretty much right in Horse Feathers camp. At the age of 18, I hit the post office, filled out that little form, the necessary information, registered for the draft. But I had already been working. I had my first part-time radio job at the age of 15. Working in radio before I even graduated high school. By the time I was 18, I was working. I hit 18, working full. Well, hell, I graduated a year early. I was married. So I got a wife, didn't have any kids, smart enough to wait. I think we waited 5 years after we got married, but I was working full-time in radio by the time I was 18. I never got called up, so I've never had the privilege of serving my country in the military, but, so I guess it was most of my life at that point in time. Vietnam was, pretty much a done deal. It was pretty much peacetime. All those years that I would have been eligible to be called up, peacetime until we hit that, the first Gulf War? And a few other events between then, but thank you to all the veterans out there, which I can say thank you to my son. He joined up right out of high school, as you know. Of course, he was one of those children of 9/11 at middle school age when we were attacked in this country, something we had never in my lifetime or his witnessed. It affected him. And he wanted to go, served, to fight those who attacked this country. Ultimately did, stationed in Germany, spent a year in Afghanistan, boots on the ground, and he saw things that he doesn't much want to talk about, but I think he's one of the lucky ones, didn't come back with a whole lot of the post-traumatic stress disorder and things that so many others that had served there. So thanks to the son and all the others out there. It is 844-3388. Would that be Gilligan?
Ed. Yes, Steve, and I thank you for taking my call. Just as you said there. Thanks for the veterans. Yes, and I served. I come out of high school in June of 85, graduated, then went in the Army in July of 85. Unfortunately, for medical reasons, I was given a medical honorable discharge in December of that same year. But I thank all the veterans out there for their service. I mean, my service was very short, but for medical reasons. It's an honorable discharge. It's not a dishonorable in any way, shape, or form. Yeah, including heat wave out there, even though he was a flyboy. He's talking about going back in the military. Well, being overweight and all that, I'm not so sure they wouldn't take him. I mean, their standards are pretty low to go in the Air Force, if I'm not mistaken. Anyway, getting back to some more important stuff. Oh, yeah, by the way, I seen Denny's does have their bit tomorrow morning. Yeah, I think I'm going to stop at Denny's on the way home myself. Yeah, for dinner. I'm
Grand Slam.
Taking some of Captain Ron's.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, I'm going to touch on some things. Old Manchin's going to finally give it up as Senator of West Virginia. Well, Jim Justice is our governor. I tell you what, I think if Jim Justice would have been on the ballot in 24 against Manchin wouldn't stand much of a chance anyway. Jim Justice is well liked in the state of West Virginia. He's done a lot for the state. I like Jim Justice as well as a lot of other people. Good riddance there, Joe Manchin. You've done a lot of talk, but when it come right down to it, Joe Manchin, you proved you was nothing but a Democrat trying to make yourself look better with those of us that are conservative. I remember when Trump was doing one of the State of the Union addresses, and he was talking about the military. I can't remember what he said, but Joe Manchin stood up and started applauding, and old Chuck Schumer took one look at him, and he sat right back down. He got the look. You be still. You can't applaud this man. You know what I mean? So that right there, I'd already made my mind up about Manchin a long time ago. He was not anywhere near what he made himself out to be. I heard on the report on news, I think it was news, or maybe you read it, about that guy that robbed them two banks and used an Uber as a getaway car. I got a question, Steve. Isn't driving a getaway car on a bank robbery, isn't that a federal offense? You could even lose your license for life. I wonder if they're going to charge the Uber driver.
Do you think you think the Uber driver was aware that the guy had? Because I don't think I heard that story. Was he aware that he was picking up a guy that just robbed the darn bank?
I don't think so. But it was on the news, I think, then.
That's
you
funny.
Didn't read it. Yeah, he used the Uber to get away from a bank robbery. It's a getaway car. Had an Uber waiting on him. I don't know. That seemed a little odd to me.
Yeah.
I don't think I would rely on an Uber for a getaway car if I'm going to rob a bank, but I've never had an inkling to rob a bank since I was probably maybe 7 or 8 years old and we watched cowboy movies or something.
Right. You robbed the
I'm just
stagecoach.
a few years younger than you. Yeah. Well, you was talking about the drought there around my area. Yes, I tell you what, it's been really dry. I've got a rain gauge there at the house. That's one of the outside weather stations, and it even measures down to the hundredth of an inch. I exactly got 1.00 inches of rain there at the house in the whole month of October. We have yet to get any rain in the month of November, though it's supposed to rain tomorrow, and I'm hoping we get plenty. It's extremely dry. Last part of September, we got a little bit, but we are definitely in a severe drought. It is getting concerning, so we're definitely got problems around there. I would like to nominate my own DA of the Week award nominee at least. Ohio Transportation Corporation, I think it was. I was coming up on one down here on 220, and it going about 50 mile an hour. I clocked him on the radar. This Volvo don't give the exact speed, but it'll light up about where that is. I went to pass him. It's 55 mile an hour zone. It's 4-lane, but it's a narrow 4-lane. There's no shoulder most of the areas, and it's a little crooked. Well, just as I got up to him, next thing I know, he's over in my lane. I had to slam on the brakes to keep from him hitting me. Well, I got around him. I flashed my lights, hey, I'm here. I'm getting ready to pass you. And he whipped her back over and got on the rumble strips and almost on the grass, because on the other side of them rumble strips is the grass. That's how narrow it is. And got up beside him, and he was watching a video, and it was porn. You know what I mean? I happened to glance over and seen it. You're like, driving down the road watching porn, and you're wondering why you're all over the road. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, also, one thing I'm going to touch on, Captain Ron is absolutely right. Go blue. You're darn right, Captain Ron. Mountaineers over Oklahoma and JMU Dukes over Connecticut. They both on the blue.
JMU.
That's about.
All right, Gilligan, you have a great weekend. Thanks for chiming in, and happy Veterans Day.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yeah, Gilligan mentioned Joe Manchin. Yes, indeed. He also mentioned West Virginia Governor Jim Justice, the Republican governor. And if Justice were to run against Manchin, it looks like Manchin would be trounced. Right now, he says Justice is leading in the polls, if he were to potentially run against him, by like 22%. Republican National Senatorial Committee, Chairman Steve Daines said, we like our odds in West Virginia. But Manchin this past day said, after months of deliberation, long consideration with my family, I believe in my heart of hearts I've accomplished what I have set out to do for West Virginia. In other words, I realize I don't stand a chance in hell of being reelected. I've made one of the toughest decisions of my life and decided that I will not run for reelection. What I will be doing is traveling the country, speaking out, seeing if there's an interest in creating maybe a movement to mobilize the middle and bring Americans together. I mean, reports for months now had been he was seriously contemplating becoming an independent because the Democrat brand has become so bad. Now, he says he has not yet decided if he would run maybe for president as a third-party candidate under the No Labels affiliation. That is what they call a centrist group that plans to raise $70 million to back an independent candidate for the 2024 presidential election. No Labels has actually gained access to the ballot in Arizona, Colorado, Alaska, and Oregon at this point. But David Axelrod, the Democrat strategist, said Manchin, he may run for president to serve as a graceful exit from Congress's upper chamber because he knows he would face defeat in the state that has the governor there. leading him by 22 points. It's a graceful exit. He saw the handwriting on the wall, and that's where we stand. It is 844-3388. About a minute before news breaks, so hey, maybe a quick opportunity to remind you, coming up next week, what day is the 14th? We're going to be chatting with one of our Staybill representatives. I think Bob had been on one other occasion, maybe a year or so ago, as the time of year has arrived. If you have not yet had to put away the lawn equipment, the tractors, the trailers, and get them ready, winterized, the boats, obviously. We're going to be talking all things Staybill, which product you might need to use, how the product works, and all the good stuff, the ins and outs. Not only Staybill, but Gold Eagle has a full line of products. So Bob's going to be joining us for about a 20-minute segment. Yeah, coming up next to whatever the 14th is. Is that Tuesday morning? I believe. So, yeah, shared that on our Overnight Drive page, the Steve Summers Facebook page. So we'll be looking forward to that. I know folks have some questions about the product. So there you go. Meanwhile, we close out another hour. So we'll head up on the midnight hour in the Mountain Time Zone, correct? Welcoming you into a Friday as we head into Veterans Day weekend. You want to jump on in? It's 844-844-3388. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. Taking to the social media platform X today, West Virginia Democrat Joe Manchin announced he will not be running for re-election in 2024.
What I will be doing is traveling the country and speaking out to see if there is an interest in creating a movement to mobilize the middle and bring Americans together.
Manchin said he feels he's accomplished all he can for West Virginia. This almost certainly guarantees Republicans a Senate seat in the deeply red state. GOP Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is introducing a resolution to initiate the impeachment of the Secretary of Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. Greene alleges that Mayorkas has committed high crimes and misdemeanors pertaining to the U.S. southern border. The House has a window of 2 legislative days to cast their votes on the resolution. President Biden is commending the reopening of Stellantis plant as a crucial component of the fresh labor agreement between automakers and the United Auto Workers Union. Addressing union workers in Belvedere, Illinois, Biden referred to it as a monumentous achievement.
You guys sacrificed to save the automobile industry. And now the auto companies were doing incredibly well. So auto workers should be doing incredibly well as well.
He lauded the historic UAW contract negotiated with the three major automakers. The new contract encompasses substantial wage hikes and robust job safeguards. A new study from the Organization for Economic Cooperation Development found that binge drinking around the world is very popular. The country that does it the most is Denmark, followed by Romania, and then Britain. Nearly 1 in 5 adults reported heavy drinking at least once a month on average across 29 countries in 2019. This is USA News.
The inventor and CEO of MyPillow is always looking for ways to solve everyday problems. Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? It's basically a towel that's leaving you out to dry. That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. I know, it's mind-blowing. Towels that actually dry you. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. They come in a variety of colors, and right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com right now and click on the radio listener special. MyPillow products come with a 10-year warranty and they have a 60-day money-back guarantee. To receive this amazing offer on the 6-piece set of MyPillow towels, just go to MyPillow.com. Click on the radio listener special and enter promo code USA or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
Federal prosecutors say a man accused of robbing 2 Salt Lake area banks reportedly used Uber to make his getaway from one holdup. The 35-year-old man was indicted Wednesday for bank robberies on October 31st and November 2nd. The U.S. Attorney's Office said bank employees wrote down the license number of the car that took him away from the first holdup, and investigators tracked it to an Uber. It appears the longest actors' strike against film and television studios in Hollywood history is ending. The SAG-AFTRA union says the strike will officially end today after a deal was approved via unanimous vote. An agreement will now go to the SAG-AFTRA National Board to be approved on Friday. Tracy Chapman has become the first black woman to win an award from the Country Music Association. Her 1988 classic Fast Car was re-recorded this year by country star Luke Combs, #1 on both the country and adult top 40 charts. At Wednesday night's CMA award ceremony, Fast Car was named Song of the Year. Get ready to face emotions again.
Pixar giving a first look at Inside Out 2, the animation studio releasing the teaser trailer for the sequel to the 2015 film that won the Oscar for Best Animated Feature. The preview shows joy, sadness, disgust, fear, and anger meeting a new emotion, anxiety. I'm Corey Myers.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Omaha Steaks Burger Perfection Flight, made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks, rewrites the book on burgers. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout for an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping when you order the $79.99 Burger Perfection Flight. A fantastic array of pure ground steak on a bun burger greatness. For $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight, use promo code TREAT at checkout at omahasteaks.com and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, so we're rolling into a Friday. How about an electric vehicle update? Looks like more not-so-good news for the industry. This time out of New York. New York says we're going to stick with our traditional diesel-powered snowplows. They had been trying electric plows. It ain't going to work. Just over 3 years ago, the New York Department of Sanitation sought several Mack electric trucks to be set up as a double duty, part of their goal to become carbon neutral. New York differs from many cities in that their garbage trucks actually double as snow removal vehicles when and if required. Primarily intended to clean streets and remove garbage, one of these Mack trucks had been fitted with a snowplow, part of an experiment. It's been a failure. The reason was given as a simple lack of power. The plow dragging across the road, the snow buildup in front of it created a lot of resistance. Moreover, the plow required almost constant movement, eliminating the option for loading pauses. Consequently, the electric vehicle's power supply was not sufficient for the demands of a New York winter. Now, they went on to detail that after nearly 2 hours, the electric plow had to discontinue the route for recharge. 2 hours. Now, while the truck was efficient for garbage collections, its performance dropped significantly when faced with snow removal tasks. Vehicle could operate a maximum of only 3 hours, despite the real need being 12 hours. Vice President of Mack confirmed that with the current technology, considering battery efficiency and their weight, it's not feasible to provide the Department of Sanitation with electric vehicles capable of snow removal. This means diesel trucks will continue in operation, and this scenario unlikely to change anytime soon, notwithstanding the previous outlined plans to phase them out by the year 2040, even as New York will still struggles to keep the streets clear with their current equipment. Okay, couldn't operate more than, 2 hours for a recharge, 3 hours at max? There you go. All right, back to the calls here. Brain dead. Well, I know it's a Monday for you.
Yeah, don't remind me, Steve. You know, you get that nice weekend, probably putting up Christmas decorations again, right? Or at least getting them out of the woodshed or something.
Yeah, well, you quit reminding me about that. I dread that. I hate that. But it's getting that time. I can't believe it's Thanksgiving's almost here, you know?
Yeah, can you believe it? But no, Heatwave, give me a shout when you can. But, you know, I heard him talking about his predicament, and I'm right there with him. You know, I seen the beginning of the year that something was going to happen because we were going into contract. And probably about July, me and Dingbat were talking about, okay, well, if Yellow closes, what are we going to do? You know, should we move? Should we stay? You know, where should we move to? And even then, after they closed, we were still contemplating moving. And Memphis is a major transportation hub. The thing you got to remember too is we're in a major freight recession right now. I mean, I don't even think back in 2008, 2009 even compared to this right now. And a lot of these employers can be picky about who they want to hire. You know, it's like here. Steve. The other day, I was helping a friend of mine move, and got a phone call from the post office wanting to hire me on. I put my application back in August. It's like, why are you just now, 2.5 months later, calling me for an interview when I needed a job, then? I mean, and poor Dingbat, she's looking at me like, well, are you going to take the job? I don't know. I'll go down there and talk to them and see what they got to offer. But And even then, you know, I got to sit down and really think about it because I just got my health insurance like at the beginning of the month. So what do you do? I mean, technically, you know, but you know, there's all kind of sites to go to. You know, Indeed, Monster, heck, even go to your local, state's unemployment website, because I know a lot of employers now are not throwing not throwing their help wanted sign out on their websites or Craigslist or newspapers. They're going to these sources right now. And I know there's, I think Pup even said that Estes is going to the Indeed route. But it's just something with these AI filters now. These companies program them for certain things and certain words, and if you don't say the certain word, then it just goes into the garbage can.
2.5 months pass by, you say, well, okay, yeah, too little, too late, right? And like you said, you've had to work.
Exactly.
You've had to work. Was it a 30 or 60 day kind of like probation before you even get your health insurance?
Right. Yeah. Yeah. And see, there's these pay progressions with a lot of these companies, especially the freight companies. I mean, yeah, I understand it. But see, over here, when I came in the door, I was making the same money as a guy that was number 4, 5, or 6 on the board. And I agree with that, making the same amount of money. Now, you got to work for it. You got to move yourself up. You know, it's like I would like to get off this bid that I'm on right now and get onto something that's in the daytime in the city, and you know, Monday through Friday, or you know, Sunday through Thursday, or whatever. But I know unless I'm one of these dinosaurs that's been here since, you know, like 1970, you know, I'm not going to get that opportunity. And you know, it's just you have to work up for it. But like I said, the jobs are out there. They're very scarce. You just have to keep looking. I mean, it's like when Yellow was going under. You know, back in around the end of May, June, every chance I got, I was on any of those freight companies' websites, and you could insert name. Anything that popped up, insert name. You know, I mean, I went and did an interview with one of these companies, and I said, "Look, I'm willing to I want to get a job here. I'm willing to do anything to get a job here. I mean, if I got to lick the parking lot clean with my tongue, I'll do it.
Okay.
I just want something better than what I've got, because I knew Yellow was folding. I mean, we've had to restructure and rearrange our bills, and you know, I do thank God every day that Dingbat is able to work where she's at, and we got a few things in the background in the works that I don't want to really just throw out on the air, but you know, you just have to keep looking. I mean, it's something bound to open up. I mean, Albuquerque and Little Rock are about the same when you look at it as far as freight wise. I mean, all these companies, they're going to be full. You just have to wait on that right opportunity to open the door. Just keep looking and keep looking and keep looking.
So how you looking Saturday? Tennessee versus Missouri.
Well, I think it's going to be a slobber knocker. You know, Missouri's actually played good ball this year. I mean, that's the shock. Tennessee has had its ups and downs. Just depends on what team shows up there. I think they're playing in Columbia this year, but just depends on what team shows up. I honestly can't believe football season's almost over with, Steve.
I mean, week 11 of 14, yes, just 3 to go after this.
And next thing you know, we'll be hearing that pitchers and catchers report. That's going to be the best time of the year.
Wow. Yep. Time flies. Well, how about Dingbat's Gators? Any chance against LSU?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You know, I had to choke there for a minute, like the Gators always do. But no, I don't think the LSU is going to have much of a problem. But we will all see Saturday.
That's correct.
You know, all one given day.
Any given Saturday. That was kind of my anticipated reaction. It was exactly what he gave me there. Would that be Madman Mike? Is that correct?
Hey, Steve, what's going on?
Doing fine. How about you?
Hey, man, been out of contact for a while there. Had a dating surgery went on, and I was kind of out of commission for a while, and then they went to days, and man, I've been listening to you guys on podcasts, so I sure miss y'all. Really do. I'm glad Monkey Dodger's okay. I mean, y'all just a class act family. So I'd let y'all know, I put in the 17th of October. I'm retiring 30th of November. Can't do it anymore. My body's had enough, Steve. Mixed emotions. I don't know, man. I've been doing it a long time, since 1983.
Okay.
Really going to miss it in one way. The other way, I'm glad to get out because it's really going to crap.
So you got nearly,
yeah,
you got nearly 40 years in. I mean, so that's that. You put a few miles under your belt.
Yeah, Steve, I was taught by my dad. We had our own trucks, and taught by him, and just kind of went that way. It's been a good living. Used to be a lot of fun. Sure is getting crappy. All the regulations, everything coming in anymore. Man, I don't know what to say. And I do understand, how these guys are talking, man. There's no courtesy out there anymore. A lot of foreigners, everything else.
Yep.
About what's going on over there in Israel. I hope they wipe them out. I do. I'm behind them all the way. Go Trump. And like I said, man, I miss you guys. I just wanted to say hey, and I'll always be listening. Well, hell, I'm going to be retired. I could actually listen tonight and start participating again.
There you go.
But I'm glad everybody's doing all right. Steve, you got a Class A show, man. That's all I got to say. My number did change, but I'm not a first-time caller.
Oh, okay. All right. I was kind of wondering about that. Thank you much. All right. So, man.
Yeah, I meant to bring that up. I ain't going to tie you up, Steve. I'm going to get off here, but I will be participating. Like I said, I'm going to be retired.
Be able to listen during the overnight hours. Good deal. All right. Coming up. Don't be a stranger. See what's going on with the Donut Man. Morning, Donut Man.
Good morning, Steve.
Hey there.
It's been a while. It's been kind of hectic.
Yeah.
I've been in and out of the hospital a couple times, and it's just been one thing after another. But I've been listening, keeping up, and a couple things. Everybody was talking about the debates and everything and the election results. I don't think so. I'm not blaming. I tell you who I blame. I don't blame Trump. I don't blame the abortion issue. Vic Ramaswamy called her out at the debate at what's her name? Ronna McDaniel.
Yep.
Mitt Romney's niece, the head of the RNC.
Calling for
She's
her to
nothing
retire.
But a uniparty country club Bush family operative who sits back and does nothing. She's not out there getting the grassroots involved, getting out there and everything else. And I got to tip my hat. Ramaswamy called her butt out right there and said, look, I'll yield my time if you come up here and tell the people that you will resign your position as the head of the Republican Party. How much longer are we going to tolerate the culture of losing?
Yeah.
He called her out. He called out, and I thought it was great when he called out NBC. I kind of wish I was able to watch the debate after seeing the clips of him tearing up on those people. He called them out about the Bush phony, the phony Russia collusion, or was that just a Hillary thing? And you sabotaged the 2016 election with the Hunter Biden laptop, and you can answer he challenged them to answer the question. Of course, they wouldn't. Kristen Welker, I guess, sat there with the deer in the headlight looks, didn't know what to do. And then the situation where he called out Nikki Haley about the TikTok, about her own family. On the surface, it sounded like, he was going after her daughter, and she made it sound like she was like a young girl. turns out her daughter's like 23, married and involved in the campaign. So I kind of look at that as, well, at first glance, hey, family's off limits. Then you come to find out, hey, the daughter's 23, she's involved, making comments and stuff. So, hey, fair game. He called her out. I've got mixed feelings with Ramaswamy. He's kind of like, he says the right things one time, but there's other things it's kind of like, can I trust him
and
or not?
You're not the first. Even last evening, someone called and said they were really liking what Ramaswamy had to say. And I mean, from what I've heard, I haven't heard much as of late because I did not tune into these recent debates, but not really liking what he's saying today versus what he was earlier. Some say, some say he's just trying to be a Trump wannabe. Are you sensing that, or?
Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I kind of look at him like Elon Musk, where Elon Musk says, right things about certain things, then he turns around and talks about, brain chips and different things. It's kind of like, well, it's almost like they're trying to play both sides. You know what I mean? They're trying to, play one side and be on the other team too, but then a couple of weeks ago when we had the situation with the Speaker of the House, a lot of people wanted to blame Matt Gaetz for that mess. Matt Gaetz wasn't the problem. McCarthy was the problem. He went behind, he agreed that he would do this, and this if you vote for me. And, okay, we'll agree with that. And they voted him Speaker. Well, then he turns around and he's getting rolled over by the Biden administration. He's getting rolled over by Schumer and agreed to all these continuing resolutions and stuff. And finally, Matt Gaetz had the courage to stand up and say, no, we're going to vote to vacate you. And then you had those little 20 uniparty rhinos, how dare you step up and expect a person to keep his word, and we're not fighters, we're just to sit here to give the illusion of opposition. No. You're there to do the work of the American people. So was McCarthy. He agreed, and he went back on his word, and Matt Gaetz and them said, basically, sorry about your luck. Your ass is out of here. We're going to put somebody in here. And Larry Johnson, what told me that I think he was the right choice, you got Liz Cheney out there bad-mouthing him and all this other stuff. So I said, well, that tells me right there they made the right choice. If Liz Cheney's out there running, part of the Bush-Cheney regime, she's out there bad-mouthing him. So I think they might have done the right thing. So, sounds good. So you got big plans for the big turkey day yet, Steve? Or
I think we're going to have a house full the way it sounds.
Well, just give you a heads up. I just saw a thing. Myers, I guess, has turkeys for 59 cents a pound this year. They're going to, I don't know all the stipulation, if you got to spend, but still.
Normally,
59 cents a pound for turkey.
I think I do believe we got our turkey at Meijer last year, because they have those deals. 59 cents a pound if you spend $50, but I mean, how difficult is it to spend $50? That's easy. Couple of items in the cart, boom. All right, turkey prices are going to be better this year. We do know that. It is 844-844-3388. So after the fact, after the debate, I guess they were talking to Ramaswamy this past day. Do you regret calling out Ronna McDaniel? Absolutely not. He told Newsmax yesterday, if he can't be so bold on the debate stage, he has no business being president. I mean, he said, I'm asking the people in this country to put me in a position to sit across the table from the likes of the Chinese leader Xi Jinping and represent this nation. I better be willing to sit across the table from Ronna McDaniel or Kristen Welker or Nikki Haley. This is small clay compared to what's really ahead. If I don't have a spine on the debate stage, I don't deserve to be the next president. He said, now, early in the debate, that's where he called on McDaniel to step up on the stage here, Ronna. Yeah, come on up here and resign, given the underwhelming performance in national elections since she became chair in 2017. The party needs to hold people like you accountable. Yeah, I'm coming in from the outside. I don't believe in a lack of accountability. That's the problem with the Democrats. It's the problem of people who serve in government. We can't be the party that talks about bringing accountability if we don't have accountability even in our own political party, he said. Nothing against her personally. It's just a fact of reversing the pattern that needs to end in this party. This pattern of losing. I think we cannot reward failure by saying this person who's leading the Republican National Committee, while we face these losses over and over, she cannot be the best person for the job. Okay. But yeah, we are. The Republican Party is kind of on a string. You're on a roll with losing out in consistent elections. And that sure as hell can't be the trend continuing as we look forward to 2024. Let's hope and pray not. But all right, get back to the calls here. About a minute from news break, so we'll get through that and get back. Who we got coming up here? I'm not seeing names. We'll just have to find out. It looks like Running Bear maybe, and talking about West Virginia and several others. Yeah, talk about making a wise investment. He had no idea at the time. 12 years ago, a former Wall Street banker, Randall Adkins, he bought an old coal mine outside Sheridan, Wyoming, sight unseen, for about $2 million. He thought he might be able to eke out a profit. Rather, now he's learning he may have made a very wise investment. It could bring a proverbial windfall. Several years after he purchased the Brook Mine, government researchers came around asking if they could run some tests. Can we see if the ground you purchased here contains something called rare earth elements? He didn't even know what it was. Yeah, I know what it is. It's money, money, money. And more on that story coming up first. A news break, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News Update. Israel has agreed to implement daily 4-hour ceasefires in the conflict against Hamas in Gaza.
They should hopefully give some room for civilians, innocent civilians, to move out of places where there's heavy fighting going on.
White House Principal Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton described this agreement as a significant step. Additionally, further humanitarian aid is being facilitated through the Rafah crossing from Egypt. It's expected that the Senate Judiciary Committee will pass subpoenas for Harlan Crow and Leonard Leo in relation to an ethics inquiry concerning the Supreme Court. There are accusations that conservative justices may have received hospitality and travel from Crow and others without proper disclosure. Mortgage rates are down for the second straight week. This week's drop is 0.25 percentage point from the week before. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What do you say? Here comes a Friday weekend. Big plans. I was racking my brain. I think it might be the grump.
Yeah, it is.
Did I get it?
You did Running Bear or something like that. I was going to say, what the hell did you do?
No.
I got hire Plowboys, a call screen?
No, Running Bear's still hanging in there. He's like next in line. But
is he? Okay.
Yours says the girl. The girl. And like the last time you said it says the girl. Hello, girl.
Maybe you need to hire Plowboys, a call screen.
Right? What's been happening?
I'd say, not much. Had my surgery there last week, so.
That's what Gouger said. So everything feeling better? Make a difference?
Yeah, it made a huge difference. I, outside of looking at my neck and, my throat, seeing a big, bandage on it, I never knew I had anything. I mean, I never had any pain whatsoever in my neck or anywhere around my, the incision or anything like that. And, it just made all the difference in the world. I mean, 1,000 times better, and, the muscles and the nerves and stuff like that are waking up, from my arms and stuff from having the nerves pinched off for so long. But, it's doing all right. I got tired of sitting around the house. It was last Wednesdays when a week ago, this last Wednesday's when I had the surgery. So I said, I'm going back to work. Doctor said, well, I feel like I could go.
All right. That's pretty quick turnaround. Absolutely.
Yeah, I thought so. For that kind of surgery, to have two artificial discs put in your neck and, and all the other stuff that they did in there.
Wow.
Yeah, it's, I feel good. Just, I don't know. I'm glad I got it done. Like the doctor told me, he said you may have permanent damage done because it took so damn long to get the surgery done, and he said you may have some permanent damage and like the tingling in the fingers and things like that. But he said for the most part I think we took care of everything. But it's crazy the way they do that. I mean their scalpel was actually a Wi-Fi scalpel. I've never seen. He showed me all that and they hook these electrodes, needles they stick in your skin, in my feet and my legs and my arms and my head, and, while they're doing the surgery. And it's linked into the scalpel, all of them were. And if they got close to a nerve or anything like that when they were removing the disc out of my neck, this damn scalpel would light up and beep. So they knew how close, they could be, to things. And he said it just makes it so much easier when they're doing that they're not, any way, shape, or form nicking nerves or anything like that, like, they may have done in the old days,
wow.
Years ago. But, yeah, it was amazing. I had 2 titanium discs in my neck, and, so it was, from the time I woke up, after surgery, they, come in and woke me up that night, that evening, and they said, yeah, we want you to stay the night, and because my blood pressure was. But they pump you so full of, saline solution and everything. I mean, just bag after bag after bag, to keep your body, hydrated and flushed, so you won't get any blood clots in your legs and all this other crazy stuff. But they, you gotta, this stuff has got to leave your body, so you're peeing like a horse.
Yeah.
And, but my blood pressure, a couple of times was, like 196 over, 110. It shot up that high.
Wow.
And the doctor, one of the old doctor that, I had to see before the surgeon, he come in and he looked at my chart and stuff like that and just shook his head and kind of laughed. And he said, I guess they're worried about your blood pressure, the nurses are. He said, I'll go talk to them. And I said, was it something I should be worried about? And he said, nah, hell no, it'll go down. He said, it's just, just your body, getting rid of all the salt and everything that's in there. He said, you're all right. I said, all right. So I felt good, But
good deal.
I got up next morning and, son come over and picked me up and away we went. And hell, that evening I was out mowing the damn yard. So, it was just a weird thing. I mean, when I had my back surgery, and I was off for, 4 months. I didn't do anything. I mean, literally, it was all I could do to walk. I mean, it's came around that much since then. And he told me, he said if you'd had the back surgery that you had, today, it's like you had, back, 22 years ago, he said, you'd be doing the same as your neck. You'd rarely know it. And I said, all right, well, that's something to know, I guess. But
there you go.
Anyway, yeah, I didn't listen to the debate. I just didn't want to hear that crap again, hear them talking over each other. And, you can't, the only thing I can make heads or tails out of this presidential election right now is that everybody on that stage is running for vice president. There's not one of them that is actually running, that's going to has a snowball's chance in hell being president that I can see. Mm-hmm. Not even, Vivek Ramaswamy. Chris Christie, I don't know why his fat ass is up there.
Right.
This is his 3rd time running.
Yeah.
And he's never polled over 10%, at any time. And he's the anti-Trump up there for hoping that somebody that's going to, beat Trump will pick his big lard ass up as the vice president. Well, that's not going to happen. He might as well just go back to New Jersey and, eat ice cream or whatever the hell he does. But and honestly, I don't think any of them. I think pretty much think now that Trump is going to be the nominee. It's leaning more that way, and I don't think any of them are going to be even in the cabinet. Ramaswamy might be. I mean, he seems to be the more vocal the establishment type of people, and he may be the in the cabinet somewhere, but I think Kristi Noem would probably be Trump's choice on vice president if he is the nominee, and right now it looks like he stands a good chance of being the nominee. But when we I got to disagree with your last caller there about Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz is a whining little snot. I don't like the kid, and I call him a kid because that's exactly how he acts. He's another one like Joe Biden, come directly out of college right into politics and knows everything and knows how to, set the world free from everything. But he's also, his own worst nightmare. You can't have 6 or 7 people in a caucus that is bringing the whole damn thing down because of things that is not happening in their favor. And some of the bills, I didn't like McCarthy at all, but where was Matt Gaetz at when they were raising money to take the House? He wasn't. He was absent without leave. He didn't raise one damn dollar, except for his own protected area. So I have no, I can't stand Matt Gaetz. I think he's just a loudmouth kid. That if there was somebody in there that could honestly, get him out of that position, but he's a rich boy. His daddy, he's always hung on to his daddy's coattails in politics, and that's just the way it is. So I said my piece about Matt Gaetz.
There you go.
Getting to a heat waves deal there. Steve, I'm thoroughly convinced that trucking companies today, this job is getting to be another job that Americans won't do. And it's not the Americans that have caused the problem, it's the big businesses. And when you look at all the visa drivers that are here today, I mean, this industry is just practical visa drivers. Some reports are over 12% of it's visa drivers. And you look at the foreign-born people that are actually naturalized, or that are actually, citizens today that have taken the oath and things like that. We're looking at about 49% to 51% of the people that's driving trucks today that are in that category. So we really don't have enough American-born people that the average person, that the mom and pop type of trucking company that one day it was passed on to the kids, and everything. Hey, the big thing was hand the keys to the truck to the junior, and he's going to take the runs from now on. We don't see any of that anymore. I mean, it's become this stopover for all things somebody else wants to do. This is the biggest temporary job in the world right now is trucking, and it's the people that are out here right now that they're only out here to make a fast buck and stay a year, 2 years, something like that, and then they're done. Longevity in this industry. If you're here 5 years, that's unheard of anymore. And I don't know, man. I tell you, it's you look at Yellow Freight going under, and all the union companies that have went under, and a lot of the collateral damage from some of them going under, businesses and things like that went under also. It happened under UAW, some of the union companies and stuff that are on strike and things. And I think it scares off a lot of drivers. It honestly does. I love what I do. I don't like the places I come to every week, but I make a hell of a lot of money doing it. And I've always owned my own truck ever since I think I drove a company truck for about 7 years before I started buying trucks, and I've been out here 30 years now. And I retired out of the Air Force, and everything's been going good. I'm gonna start my retirement in 2 more years, where I'm done. I may put somebody up in my truck and let them drive it for me, or let them pay them a good wage or something like that, just to to stay on something like this, where there's always that residual income coming in. But it has become this industry that Americans won't do. It's like I said, it's not that they will not do it. People are tired of watching their kids. They have a better opportunity now than what they did when, 30 years ago when I first got into it. I mean, we'd sit around the table waiting on a damn phone, and, there was no, FaceTiming your kids or anything like that. So now, the more people are involved and more of these drivers are involved in looking at a telephone and seeing their kids, and stuff, they want to be there. And I don't blame them. I mean, it's kind of an industry that is a separation. But like I said, I retired out of the Air Force. And so I was used to that separation. And, when I got out, I went on the police department and thought about that route. But, I found out my temperament isn't for that. If you could knock some of these dumbasses in the head, and not go to jail about it, I'd be back on the police department.
Yeah.
But it seems like more and more the laws that have been written have been designed for a temporary status in the trucking industry. And when I say that, I mean it's that people get out here and they, you got to toe the line so damn much, and it's, hell, look at used to the fines and things. Like you go out in California, a logbook violation was $1,000, things like that. And any DOT officer can find a logbook violation. I mean, it's just that way. I don't care how squeaky clean you are. This has been left so ambiguous, the rules and regulations. It's so much up to the determination of that officer that when they're looking at things, they can bust you for just damn near anything. I've had like a scuff mark on a lug nut, on the bolt of a lug nut, on the nut side of it, and they're looking at it. Well, that could be, a shutdown. How in the hell is that a shutdown? Well, in my eyes, it is. That's damage to a lug, to the, to the lug. I'm like, Jesus, and it's just that creation that has happened over the years. That it's and companies are the same way. I look at some of these companies, like I'll give you an example, like Personal Conveyance. A lot of companies don't have that. They don't want it. They want their drivers to sit there, at that facility and argue with people, that saying, well, they can't leave because, they don't have that on their phone. Go. You got, it's not, you don't have to have Personal Conveyance on your damn e-log to be able to go. Just make a note and go. It's not up to your company. It's written into the law that you have that opportunity to do that. And companies have basically, well, I'm under it too. Mine, it wouldn't shut off one time, and I was fueling up, and I was on Personal Conveyance. It wouldn't click over to on duty because it's, these things are not infallible. I mean, it's just the way it is. And so my safety department got on my ass about it and said, well, we're just going to take away your Personal Conveyance. I said, I don't give a rat's ass what you do. And he's like, well, don't threaten us with it or we'll take it off for a year. Well, they've taken it. And I still operate. Hell, I shut it off ago. And they'll ask, why's your log off? I don't know. You're the PeopleNet genius. Why don't you figure it out? And but you have that opportunity. It's written into the laws that you can do that. If your company don't like it, tell them to go to hell. It's you're just operating within the bounds of the law. But this is why what I say that so many of the American drivers, so many of these young drivers that are coming up have been pushed back. That's why they like the foreign labor coming in here, Steve. That's why they like the visa drivers, because they live in their damn trucks. They're not going to rock the boat in any way, shape, or form. If they tell you can't go Personal Conveyance, okay, I'll park over here. I'll wait here. They don't give a rat's ass. I mean, this is more money than they've ever made in their life. And they know in 179 days that...
I almost brought that up to Heat Wave. I mean, he's talking about, I have a mortgage. I've got a house payment. I've got this, and I've got other bills. So what they want you to do... They want you to move into that sleeper berth truck and live in the damn truck and not have any of that. And you'd be fine. And if they can find others that do that, I guess you're saying that there are plenty out there that are willing to do that.
Yes, there are. I mean, when companies are hiring litigation attorneys and immigration attorneys to bring people over here to drive these trucks on a temporary basis under a visa, as even look at the Emergency Powers Act. Read it sometime. It'll turn your damn stomach on things that companies can do or the government allows for them to do it. Let a pandemic in. Well, hell, let's bring in more foreign labor here, and we'll shut these non-essentials down and bring more foreign labor over here. That's exactly what's happening in the trucking industry. Look at Bollywood. Go get online sometime and look at some of the trucking, the Bollywood, truck ads and things like that. They glamorize it like it's the greatest thing in the world, and companies are going, well, hell, I can't get good drivers. I just can't do it. So let's go with foreign labor. That's what they want, and that's what's happening. And I have nothing against Heatwave, but I bought my damn truck. They're not going to bump me out of business. I can compete with anybody, and last year, I didn't work that damn hard last year, and after I paid my taxes, did all my other stuff, I still took home $163,000. And the year before that was a great year. It was right in the beginning of the pandemic and everything, when all this was happening. I was running pretty good, hard, hauling meat and this and that. Hell, I made $365,000 on a gross, and after I paid my fuel and everything else, taxes and all that, $213,000 went in my bank account. So you can make money in this industry, but you got to be willing to stand up and fight for it too. And call these damn companies out when they're saying one thing and doing another. That's absolutely nuts. I stepped up one time and went to one of these little job fair things. I was at the truck stop. They had 5 or 6 tables set up, and they hire these little cute little bunnies to come in there and talk about trucking. They don't know a damn thing about trucking. What it is to lure that stupid driver over there to them, where he's looking at their boobs and not what they're trying to tell him.
Right.
And, go ahead and sign up and stuff like that. When it don't work out, we can call, foreign labor. I was asking this girl, and everything, questions about the company, and she's twisting her hair, but you get satellite TV and satellite radio and everything in the truck. I said, I don't give a rat's ass about that, girlfriend. I said, honey, I'll tell you what. I said, you probably know more about Jell-O shots than you do trucking. And I said, well, you don't know damn thing about trucking, and it kind of upset her a little bit, but she was a young girl, she'd get over it. But this is the world that we've created. That the trucking industry has created, the drivers have created, for not standing up and pushing back on a lot of this regulation crap. When MAP 21 came in, look at everything on e-logs. When you've only got 1,700 people that write to the DOT that attends these town hall meetings when they're doing head counts and hard to say how many of them was duplicates. People that had been to the one before. But 1,700 comments, they're going to do whatever they want to do. That's, it shows, when you show no interest in an industry that you're stepping up at the breakfast bar, bitching every 10 seconds about, when something comes in or something happens that you don't agree with, or when you don't study the industry and actually understand what's going on the political side of it also, well, guess what? They're going to stomp you to death. They don't want you in that truck. They like that 5-year turnover rate. Number one, they don't have to pay your retirement. They're not giving a damn about your medical insurance and all the rest of the stuff. Hell, everything that you vested in that company, if you're not there for the 7 years when you're fully vested, or 10 years or whatever it is, hell, that just rolls right back over into the retirement fund. That's why they love this foreign labor. Come on over here and drive a truck for 179 days. We'll give you a couple of days off, and for the 180 part of for the 6 months, and we'll redo your visa, and you can do it for another 179. They pay their airfare. Hell, if they want to go into a hotel, for a little break, they let them do that. It's and like I said, we've created this atmosphere. Drivers have not stepped up and demanded, with these companies and things that, hey, look, you need to cater to me. I'm the one out here working my ass off. I'm the one that has to be away from my family, and it's come to the fact that they've lobbied government, that companies have lobbied government so damn much that it's, okay, let's just bring in visa drivers. It's another job Americans won't do, is the way they look at it. So anyway, I guess that's my diatribe.
That makes up for some lost time, Grump.
Yeah, it does. But no, all's well, health and stuff. Like, I did have a have you ever had a gallbladder attack?
Not that I'm aware of. No, I hear they're not pleasant though.
Well, buddy, I'll tell you what. I woke up Sunday morning. about 2 o'clock in the morning, and I don't know what the hell I ate. You know, my son was cooking all kinds of stuff, and I was just eating. I didn't care. You know, Saturday, you know, watching football and things, and so I woke up Sunday morning. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning. I had, you know, chest pains, and I thought, you know, got some indigestion. I went in to grab me a Tums and went back and laid down, and boom, man, it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And I mean, you know, it was radiating down my arms and, you know, into my back and stuff like that. And I thought, you know something, I think I'm having a damn heart attack, you know. And so I woke my wife up. I said, look, I ain't doing so hot, you know. And she said, man, you're really pale. And I said, yeah. So I, you know, got a hold of my son. I said, hey, I said, I may need you to run me up to the hospital. So he come over and, you know, or he got up there and took me over to the emergency room. And I'd called them before, and just as soon as I got there, they, you know, stuck an IV in my arm and all this other stuff, started running tests. And they come back, he said, no, your heart's healthy as could be, and your enzymes are good and everything. And they did a CT scan, and they did an ultrasound and some other stuff, and said, but your gallbladder's packed full of gallstones. I said, it is. And I said, yeah. And they said, you're having a gallbladder attack. And he said, it mimics a heart attack. So, you know,
really?
Glad you come up here because, you know, don't, you know. I was like, all right, whatever. So I laid there I was there about 5 hours, and they finally shot me full of some pain medicine and stuff to get it to, you know, calm down. But, buddy, I'll tell you what, if you ever have one, you know, it's them things are hurting, man. I am not kidding you. I've, you know, just come out of damn surgery and everything didn't hurt like that.
Yeah, for the back surgery, absolutely, yeah. All right, Grump, great to hear from you. Glad you're doing better. We got to hit the news break there, rolling up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, rolling into a Friday, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of a cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. President Biden is commending the reopening of a Stellantis plant as a crucial component of the fresh labor agreement between automakers and the United Auto Workers Union. Addressing the union workers in Belvidere, Illinois, Biden referred to it as a momentous achievement.
You guys sacrificed to save the automobile industry, and now the auto companies were doing incredibly well. So auto workers should be doing incredibly well as well.
He lauded the historic UAW contract negotiated with the three major auto workers. The new contract encompasses substantial wage hikes and robust job safeguards. West Virginia Democratic Senator John Manchin has announced that he will not seek re-election in 2024.
After months of deliberation and long conversation with my family, I believe in my heart of hearts that I have accomplished what I set out to do for West Virginia. I have made one of the toughest decisions of my life and decided that I will not be running for re-election to the United States Senate.
In a video posted on X, Manchin said he wants to travel the country and try and start a movement that unites the middle to bring Americans together. GOP Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene is introducing a resolution to initiate the impeachment of the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Alejandro Mayorkas. Greene alleges that Mayorkas has committed high crimes and misdemeanors pertaining to the U.S. southern border. The House has a window of 2 legislative days to cast their votes on the resolution. Amazon is opening up the online grocery experience to more people. The online retail giant announced customers will no longer need an Amazon Prime membership to order groceries from Amazon Fresh for delivery or free pickup. The expansion will be available everywhere Amazon Fresh is offered. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com. Use promo code TREAT at checkout and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
The Hollywood actors' strike is over. SAG-AFTRA says the strike officially ended today after a deal was unanimously approved by the union members. The deal now has to be approved by the SAG-AFTRA National Board. The strike lasted 118 days, making it the longest actor strike in U.S. history. Disney Plus is seeing subscriber numbers go up. The company reported its streaming service had more than 150 million subscribers by the end of its fourth quarter, up from around 148 million the previous quarter. 3 giant pandas at the National Zoo in Washington are heading back to China. The pandas have called the zoo their home for over 5 decades. China first gave 2 giant pandas to the U.S. in 1972 as a symbol of diplomacy after President Nixon visited the country. 35 years is a long time to wait for an award in any genre.
Congratulations to Tracy Chapman, who continues to make history with her 1988 hit Fast Car. It won Song of the Year at last night's Country Music Awards. Chapman wasn't present to receive the award, but she did send a message along. She thanked the CMAs and a special thank you to Luke Combs, who re-recorded that song and sent it flying up the country charts. I'm Corey Myers.
Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
As we roll into Veterans Day weekend, hello to Woodpecker. A couple of emails. He said, Steve, thanks for all of your service to our country, which I have not served militarily. But he said, my son, Noah Dudley, just served in the Marines for the past 4 years. Got a proud dad here. Thank you to Mark McLean, who just recently retired from the U.S. Army. And thank you to Matt Riddle for his service these past years and continuing service. To all who have served, I sincerely thank you. And he followed up, thanks for the show, Steve, as your show has given voice to so many great veterans. Just a few. Yeah, we just heard from the Grump, Double R, Heatwave, Gilligan, Captain Ron, Sergeant MacGyver, Stewie, a.k.a. Scarecrow's son, Pappy, your son Stephen, and so many more. Yes, we do have a diverse audience of patriotic Americans. And back to the story, I mentioned, kind of teased the headline. You know, Wall Street bank. He's a former Wall Street banker, and he buys an old coal mine, $2 million. Several years after purchasing the mine, that's when the government researchers came around. Hey, can we do a little testing here? We're looking for rare earth elements. Now, when he acquired the mine, he said he didn't know the difference between rare earths and rare coins. When he got the test results, including some as recently as September, he said he was surprised and humbled. His sleepy mine contains what might be the largest so-called unconventional rare earth deposit in the United States. According to government researchers, at current prices, it could be worth about $37 billion. Now, his company recently started extracting larger samples for more analysis. If the project proceeds as intended, it would be the first new rare earths mine in the U.S. since 1952. It's a heady expansion, a lofty mission for a $620 million company whose main focus has been mining metallurgical coal, the kind used in steel making. It could be personally fulfilling for Atkins, whose father built a global energy conglomerate before he became ensnared in a series of scandals, including the likes of Watergate. The U.S. is racing to catch up on rare earth supplies with China and other countries, as the minerals are in ever greater demand for a number of reasons, obviously electric vehicles, offshore wind turbines. In a move seen as retaliation against U.S. export restrictions, China recently limited the export of two minerals, gallium and germanium, which are used in semiconductors, missile systems, and solar cells. Although they're not rare earths, Gallium and germanium were also found in the samples tested at Atkins site in Wyoming. Now, the United States consumed an annual average of 8,300 metric tons of rare earth oxides in recent years, according to the estimates from the U.S. Geological Survey. Third-party consultants estimate that there's as much as around 1.1 million metric tons of rare earth oxides in just over a quarter of the nearly 16,000 acres of land that comprise this site. The deposit, found in conjunction with researchers at the Energy Department's National Energy Technology Laboratory, they've spent years developing a model that combines data with artificial intelligence to predict unconventional deposits of rare earths and critical minerals. And it forecast sizable deposits in the Powder River Basin in northeast Wyoming, which includes his property now. We ended up discovering world-class enrichment of so-called heavy rare earths, which are more valuable than the light ones. This guy's stash, which comprises both heavy and light rare earths, includes neodymium, stuff I can't pronounce, terbium, dysprosium. Some elements are in the coal itself. Most are found within the clays and the carbon-rich materials at the tops and bottoms of the coal seams. Coal beds are considered an unconventional source for rare earths compared with conventional hard rock deposits. One senior fellow at NETL is hopeful that this experience can maybe be a model for other companies that may potentially be sitting on unconventional critical mineral deposits. A company could use this model to see if they too have rare earth elements in their coal, while others might just adjust the model to check for lithium. Lithium. There's your electric vehicle's primary component, right? All right, would that be Running Bear? Is that correct?
Yes, it is, Running Bear. How you doing today, Steve?
Doing well. What's been happening?
Hey, I wanted to comment on a couple of things. First off, about that Joe Manchin not wanting to run. He should have just changed his party to Republican. He was almost a Republican there. And Jim Justice, he's a great governor. I live 30 miles from West Virginia. I live in Jackson County, Ohio. And he's a great governor. But I just don't know if he's physically up to be a senator, because if you ever seen him in his press conferences or anything, he's a big boy like me, but he's a billionaire. I'm not a billionaire.
Right.
So a lot of the senators and the congressmen have to walk quite a bit in the Capitol building. So I don't know, is he going to have like a hover around or a scooter to
really? Okay.
haul him around everywhere?
Get him a golf cart, maybe?
But yeah, and then he likes to take his dog everywhere, which is a good thing. His dog, he likes to take his dog everywhere, a big old bulldog. So I like Jim Justice, but I don't know how old he is. But of course he owns a Greenbrier and a bunch of coal companies there in West Virginia. So I just don't know how good of a governor he's going to be because of the fiscal limitations.
Really? Yeah, and I'll be honest, I'm not really familiar with the guy, so.
Yeah. And another thing about heat wave, I don't know if last Tuesday disappointed me in Ohio, and I live in Ohio, and you might work in Ohio or you know about Ohio, but
oh yeah,
last Tuesday really disappointed me. I think Ohio's turning more into California every day. I don't know if it's all the people moving here with their democratic ideas and with Intel coming in up around Columbus or something. It just Ohio's not Ohio where I grew up in. And it just bothers me. I don't know what the answer to it is. I don't know if it's all the immigrants moving in here or I just don't know.
Yeah. Well, Running Bear, it's
Ohio that I was.
You are 100% correct, and it's not just Ohio though. It's much of the country. The entire country. It's changing. Who was it that once said that I think it was one of the, a communist kind of predicting how communism would take over a country. And was it just 2 generations or 3? The way you can take a country over without ever firing a shot. And believe it or not, you look at the mentality. Yeah, we've been talking recently about these thousands showing up, defending the likes of Hamas and anti-Israel. You see the same on campuses around the country, the liberal mentalities that are coming out with each passing generation. It's how do you counter that? How many of those actually, when they poll these college campuses, it's amazing the number that actually favor socialism. Yeah, never mind the fact that it's been tried how many times? Umpteen times all around the world, and it's failed miserably every single time. But they've got this mentality like AOC, who says, well, we can do it different. We'll do it right. Our socialism will be a different model. Nope. It is still socialism, and it is destined to fail. Check out, I guess our closest neighbor is Venezuela, that recently, just a few years ago, one of the richest Caribbean nations. Yeah, one of the rich with oil. How many years into socialism did it take to see where they are now? People fleeing that country, the money absolutely worthless. Just like that. From rich to begging for a loaf of bread. And they think it would be different here in our country. With that, though, a quick timeout. It's 844-844-3388.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers are designed to increase the efficiency and power of the diesel engine by forcing compressed air into the combustion chamber. Temperatures inside the turbo can reach upwards of 400 degrees. The oil meant to lubricate the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. The turbo's ability to spool up quickly is hindered because the stiction-covered bearings can't spin properly. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the stiction from turbo bearings, reducing spool time, and builds maximum boost sooner in the RPM range. Stiction Eliminator is a synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant that contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
About 25% of your trucking business revenue goes to paying for fuel. Most fleet cards promise big discounts, but charge hefty fees and limit where you can fuel up. Well, it's time for a change. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is the zero-fee way to save money and control your fuel spending. Bobtail Zero charges nothing in fees and can be used anywhere MasterCard is accepted. Approval can take just minutes. Apply now at bobtail.com and take back control of your business. The Bobtail Zero MasterCard is issued by Bancorp Bank N.A. MasterCard and the Circles design are registered trademarks of MasterCard International Incorporated.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Who was it sent me the link to the scam alert? Somebody earlier. I think it was Roger, if memory serves. Now, this is actually from several different sheriff's offices in Florida, but what is happening in Florida, it's all over the country. They say between Facebook Marketplace, Zella, even traditional phone calls, the scammers are preying on everybody. With no end in sight when it comes to these meticulous, thought-out scams, several sheriff's offices in Florida have issued fraud alerts hoping to bring awareness to a problem that's plagued people locally and, like I said, all over the world, internationally. Starting with cryptocurrency scams, in a recent Facebook post, the Sarasota County Sheriff's Office warned residents about scams, encouraging people to send cryptocurrency to repair computer viruses. Other scams involve someone representing a government agency or law enforcement organization call and requesting that the person provide cryptocurrency to satisfy a warrant or a fine or to post bond for a relative that's in jail or prison. You've got the fake check scams. Orange County sheriffs issued another scam alert. Here's how the scam works. You sell an item, say, for $200. A buyer sends you a check for $500. You deposit the check, return the difference of $300, and ship your item, which should be a big red flag to begin with. Why'd you send $500? A couple of weeks later, of course, the bank tells you the check was fake. They take $500 out of your account. So now, not only did you lose the item you were selling, but you've also lost the $500. The $300 that you sent back, they got $300 in the item. You got nothing. Florida residents across several counties reporting that they've fallen victim to phone scams. Most recently, Lee County Sheriff's Department, along with the Ocala Police, alerting residents about scammers posing as law enforcement officers. Ocala Police said they received calls where a scammer told a resident they had missed a jury subpoena, and they now have an active warrant for their arrest. During one incident, the scammer told a resident to meet them at the Ocala Police Department to pay $2,000 in cash to clear the warrant, or they would be arrested. They agreed, and about 10 minutes later, the scammer called back and requested the person to go to CVS and get a prepaid card and use that to pay the $2,000. How anyone in this day and age would not realize that's a scam? Well, a lot of times it might be older people. The resident at that point realized, hey, something's not right here. Some of the scam numbers can be altered and manipulated to generate fictitious caller ID numbers that would be similar to law enforcement departments. These numbers confuse people because they look like they're actually coming from an actual police department. Some of the popular phrases the scammers use, as we just shared, you missed jury duty, or you have a warrant, or you need to post bail. This fine is past due, or pay up or else. You've got, let's see, a couple others here. Number UPS, the UPS package scam. The holiday season is the perfect breeding ground for the scammers. A nationwide UPS package delivery scam is making its way to cell phones. The scam involves residents receiving an email about their package that is pending delivery. The email requests you verify your address by clicking a link. That email comes from a bogus UPS email. So if someone's contacted you by phone and you think it's a scam, obviously hang up immediately. They advise contact your local law enforcement, report the scam. Do not accept mobile payments from someone you don't know. And always double check the sender's email address. Yeah, holiday season, big time for those UPS and FedEx scams. I get those emails all the time where your package is pending delivery. Please click here. And I say, I don't have anything out for delivery. What's going on, Pappy?
Man, Steve, I'm getting the same daggone thing. I checked the report a few months back. Guy got an email from Best Buy, the Geek Squad, sent him an email saying, hey, you're re-upped your service thing, whatever. It was like $299, right?
Mm-hmm.
If you didn't re-up this, call this number. And he got scanned. He called the number, and sure enough, boy, they got him. And a couple of weeks ago, I got that same daggone email.
Yep.
It looked official, man. It looked straight from Best Buy with the Geek Squad, and delete. Anyway, Steve, I was half tempted to pull a Marilyn Monroe and sing happy birthday to all them jarheads out there. The meanest, baddest fighting machine on the earth. United States Marine Corps, Steve.
Yes, sir.
That's coming from a squid, okay? Thank God for the Marines and the rest of all the military out there. Trying to turn this car around and park it so I don't crash while I'm talking to you. But yeah, man, and you want to talk about best dressed uniform, Steve? You can't argue that point, man. The Marine Corps is dressed blue. Probably, in my opinion, the best in the world. Best in the world. And with that said, happy Veterans Day to all of these veterans out here. Without people willing to sign their name on that dotted line and pick up firearms to those trying to destroy us, we wouldn't be here right now. So that's really all I got, Steve. I appreciate the call. Again, Veterans Day. Thank you all. Marine Corps. Some badass dudes, man.
Well, if that's all you had, thank you for the call, and we'll get to our news break right there.
USA News Update. Israel has agreed to implement daily 4-hour ceasefires in the conflict against Hamas in Gaza.
This should hopefully give some room for civilians, innocent civilians, to move out of places where there's heavy fighting going on.
White House Principal Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton described this agreement as a significant step. Additionally, further humanitarian aid is being facilitated through the Rafah crossing from Egypt. It's expected that the Senate Judiciary Committee will pass subpoenas for Harlan Crow and Leonard Leo in relation to an ethics inquiry concerning the Supreme Court. There are accusations that conservative justices may have received hospitality and travel from Crow and others without proper disclosure. Mortgage rates are down for the second straight week. This week's drop is 0.25 percentage point from the week before. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Hey, don't forget, as a listener to this program, you get 10% off your entire order at HotShotSecret.com by using the coupon code Overnight Drive.
Attention all truckers, Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. I want to talk to you about those dreaded tax problems. I know you want to keep on trucking and not even think about them. Well, let's face it, they're not going away all on their own. You need professional help. I've been helping truckers put their tax problems in the rearview mirror for years. I can help you too. Call me for a free consultation at 888-632-4506 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep mine on the IRS. 888-632-4506.
How do you sleep on the road? After downtime, do you wake up well-rested and invigorated or tired, achy, and sore? Well, if it's the latter, you're not sleeping on the Big Rig Mattress. The Big Rig Mattress is a hybrid with an individually pocketed spring core that's engineered to deliver the best restorative sleep for your time on the road. Many drivers have said they sleep better over the road on the Big Rig Mattress than they do at home. Learn more about the Big Rig Mattress at thebigrigmattress.com or call 877-736-4233. Most standard sizes ship within 72 business hours. The Big Rig Mattress, 100% made in the USA since 2009.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Hey, what do you say? More on Veterans Day. Right now, the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association is in the midst of their annual Truckers for Troops campaign, started this past Monday. This year, for the first time, they made it a 2-week event rather than one. This year, it'll continue through November the 19th. So another 10 days. OOIDA offering new and renewed memberships for the discounted price of $35 for a year. $50 for 2 years or $100 for 4 years as part of their 50th anniversary. Of those dues, 10% goes to the Truckers for Troops effort, and they matched those funds dollar for dollar. To support Truckers for Troops, if you're not a member, or if you're a lifetime member and you just want to maybe make a donation, you can make a tax-deductible contribution or take advantage of the member discounts. Operating again throughout next week as well. And you can call 816-229-5791. Travel Centers of America also raising funds to support Special Operators Training Foundation, where they've got what they call the Roundup campaign ongoing. Travel Centers of America said they've been able to assist more than 200 special operations veterans through this effort last year. This year's fundraising effort runs through November the 30th. The Roundup campaign at TA, just a few of the things going on out there to support our veterans. See if Eagle's hanging in there. Oh, he's still awake, Eagle. Good morning.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to say this, Steve. When I get started, it's going to be one of my quotes. I forgot to talk about this guy last week. He died, former NCAA basketball legend and coach Bobby Knight out of Indiana University, one of the best coaches college basketball has ever seen. I want the same thing on my obituary when I die years from now. Bobby Knight said a long time ago, Steve, he said when he dies, he want to be buried upside down so the people that don't like him can kiss his ass. And I want to say the same thing. That's going to be my quote, too. When they bury me, I want to be buried upside down so everybody that don't like me or like what I have to say, they can kiss my ass. Now, let me move on to this, Steve.
Hang on, Eagle. Hang on. See if you can. See if maybe you move your microphone or whatever. You're kind of fading. You're coming in and out.
Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Go ahead.
Yo. Yeah. Can you hear me better now?
We got you. Yep. Much better.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now, let me move on to I want to go back to the debate last night. I want to go back to the debate and say something about Vivek. Now, this guy here, I still don't have full trust in this guy because I really don't know his background, where he comes from, who he's been a part of, associated with. But I like some of the things that this man has to say, you know, whether it be controversial or not. I'm not sure if he's on Donald Trump's list for vice president. I doubt it. But he might be on the short list. You know, I still believe that Trump should be looking at Marjorie Taylor to be his vice president, because this woman here speaks her mind. She's been out there talking about the squad, the AOCs, the Tlaibs, and all that. She's the one that raises hell about her and other things that's going on in Washington, D.C. She's, like I told you months ago, she's basically a female version of Donald Trump. So I think Trump should have her first on his list when it comes to vice presidential candidates. Unlike that loser that he had, Mike Pence. And, you know, speaking of him, Mike Pence didn't even make it to the third debate. I told you that long ago, Steve. Mike Pence, brother, you did yourself. You screwed yourself. You was in the White House. You was with Donald Trump. You could have done the right thing 3 years ago, and Donald Trump would still be in the White House right now, my man. So, like I say, you did it to yourself. Enjoy your life in Indiana, my man. You'll never touch the White. You'll never be back in the White House again in no capacity. I promise you that, brother. Because you're the reason why you part of the reason why this country is in the downfall right now, because you stabbed Donald Trump in the back, as far as I'm concerned. Now, as far as the other two guys that were on the stage, Steve, I will say one quick thing about them. The governor of Florida, like I told you, I'm planning on moving to Florida sometime in the beginning of next year. I give up on Texas. I'm finished with Texas. Like I said, we have a great governor in Texas, Abbott, but he has no help from this so-called guy you got in the White House. So Texas is basically wide open. Anything goes in Texas at this point, as far as the immigrants and all these other people coming in. So I'll be damned if I'm gonna be associated for another year. So I'm out. I'm out come January. But as far as the governor of Florida goes, Steve, this guy here, like I told you last night, he had a chance. He had very good potential. Donald Trump wouldn't have been associated with the guy to be governor of Florida. He basically helped him get that job because, like Trump said, he was going nowhere. And then Trump put his name on the endorsement for him, and he won Florida. But he forgot where he came from. He could have easily been the vice president because he's a military man and he says a lot of good things. But like I said, when he stabbed Donald Trump in the back and decided to get into the race as a president, that was the end of his run. Now, as far as the other guy goes, that was on the stage, who's another, Chris Christie, is complete embarrassment. This is his third and last attempt at the White House, my man. You just keep your mouth shut. And if you do decide to run in 2028, fat boy, come in as a Democrat, because that's what you are. Just remember I said that the next time you run for president, make sure you go in as a Democrat, because you damn sure ain't no Republican, fat boy. Now, let's go on to the situation over here, Steve, with Israel. With Israel's situation. These people are starting, Israel, like I said, they finally went in on the attack 2 or 3 weeks too late as far as I'm concerned. And all they did was give Hamas a chance to hide out and make it even more difficult to find them. And now they're going along with these different losers out there talking about having a ceasefire. Now they're talking about they might have a couple of hours a day of ceasefire. No, you don't do that. You don't listen to these people that knows nothing about military, nothing about war action. Like I said, they had a ceasefire, like I heard a guy say on the radio a couple of days ago, Steve. They had a ceasefire before Hamas came in and killed and butchered innocent people and kids over a month ago. That was the ceasefire before. There ain't no damn ceasefire no more. You go in there and you finish them off, because if you don't finish them off, they'll finish you off. That's the way. There's no negotiation with these individuals. Now, these are the people I want to talk about the most, Steve. I mentioned these people last week, and these are these protesters that are protested at the White House. They did it last week. That are spray painting and tearing down monuments of heroes of this country. That in the past, these people that don't respect America, don't like what the USA stands for, but yet they continue to live here. If you don't like the United States, my man, I want to ask you that simple: why are you living here? Because see, Steve, here's the way I was raised up. If I don't like being somewhere, guess what? I'll leave. I'll go somewhere else. This is what I don't understand about these people. They want to continue to complain and moan and groan about the U.S. government and how it's run, but yet they still continue to live here. So these people need to answer that question. And as far as that, like Donald Trump said on his campaign yesterday, anybody that terrorizes, because they're nothing but a domestic terrorist, anybody that goes to Washington, D.C. or any other place and vandalizes and terrorizes things in behalf of Hamas or Palestine, you're nothing but a terrorist, my man, and you need to be treated that way. And like Donald Trump said last night, we will review these videos and we will go frame by frame and see whose face is on that video, and we'll come and get you, my man, and we'll put you in bars where you belong, because you're nothing but a traitor to your country, and you deserve to be behind bars. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Have a good weekend, Eagle. Good to hear from you here on a Friday morning. Thanks for checking in. Hey, by the way, there were more subpoenas issued this past day. Day before yesterday, there were 3. That was actually Hunter and James Biden. Who can we add to the list? James Comer announced subpoenas were issued for Biden business associates Eric Schwerin and Mervyn Yan, gallerist George Burgess. That's going to have something to do with the art Yeah, the millions of dollars Hunter had been making there. And one of the art patrons, Elizabeth Naftali, all subpoenaed to appear before the panel for depositions. This a day after the subpoena of James and Hunter and the business associate Rob Walker. Further, Comer requested a transcribed interview with the trustee of AmeriCorps Holdings regarding loan repayments that flowed through the company to James Biden, to Joe Biden. We are leaving no stone unturned as we investigate President Biden's central role in his family's domestic and international business dealings. A proverbial plethora of bank records, text, emails, transcribed interview with Biden family associate Devon Archer all show the Bidens and their business partners sold access to the highest levels of our government, including Joe himself. So subpoenas are also expected to be sent later this week, probably today, it's Friday, to Sarah Biden, who is the wife of James, Hallie Biden, the widow of Beau Biden, the president's son who had passed away, Elizabeth Secundi, Hallie Biden's sister, Hunter Biden's wife, Melissa Cohen, and former Hunter Biden business associate, Tony Bobulinski. This announcement Wednesday from Comer that the committee obtained financial records that show the Biden family had set up more than 20 shell companies, most of which were created when Joe was vice president under Obama at the time, in the effort to hide payments from foreign adversaries. There's a lot of names on that subpoena list, huh? It's going to be busy on Capitol Hill with that. Hey, Mike, what do you say?
Hunter Biden business. Hey, thanks for taking me back, Your Honor. So, let's see. Have we heard anything from, is it Robert Kennedy Jr.? Is that the Democrat that the Democrats don't like that's supposed to be running for president?
Yeah,
have we heard much from him
Well,
lately?
last week he dropped off running as a Democrat, and he is running as an independent now.
Okay.
So he's a third party candidate.
So we don't know.
And then the question mark as far as his running is, would he actually steal more votes from Trump, or would he steal more votes from Biden? Most of what I've seen says is it would actually be more detrimental to Trump. Yeah, for the moderates who might opt for Trump versus Biden, the moderates, he would appeal to them. Now, the Jill Stein may level that playing field off, if she indeed tosses her hat in the ring. I mean, she was in the mix here a few years ago. She was third on the list, and the number of votes that she got that otherwise would have gone to, I don't know, was it more Trump or was it more Biden? I can't recall. I'm thinking it would be more Biden votes.
Yeah, I don't remember either. Yes, yeah. But, so, anyways, there, and, the thing I was really calling back about is, of course, today's the 10th of November, and Scarecrow touched on it there a little bit back, and we talked about it. And, of course, this is the day that 29 sailors up on Lake Superior lost their lives there with Edmund Fitzgerald going down.
Is that right? This is the anniversary. I didn't realize
reminder of that. Yep, the 10th of November. So anyways, we got that going, and I guess we kind of touched on that Knucklebuster there. He's sleeping in the hills of Tennessee there. Has he ever sent a picture into Tennessee sporting the Steve Summers shirt yet? All Steve Summers all up high and wide and all that? Has that ever been? Have we ever gotten?
I don't believe she's volunteered. She hasn't volunteered for the pose. I do not believe. No.
All right, we're gonna have to work on that then. If Knucklebuster, keeps talking about having to do that, everybody wanting to do that, and he always talks Tennessee up so much and everything. maybe we got to see if we can work on that. See if we can get a new model for the Steve Summers Overnight Drive apparel there. Just a thought. But anyways, I don't know. What else did we have? I had something else, but I guess that's about it. So we'll let Scarecrow come back in and finish off the casualness of the evening there. Maybe he can come up with something good there to help finish off the show with there. Come up with something good or something.
Yeah, we hadn't got to Scarecrow.
Anyways,
yet,
I guess with that, well, now hopefully he's out there. You got him on hold? Where is he?
He looks like he's on the list. He's up there. He's on the list. Yeah, he is, sure enough.
All right. Well, very good then. So with that, we'll say thank you all our veterans again, and we'll let you go with that and chat at you on Monday there, unless you're going to do the Saturday show for the special veterans.
Yeah, we took care of that this morning. Thanks for the invitation anyway. But all right, so I digress. Jill did not run when Biden and Trump were running. She was back when Hillary and Trump were on the ticket. And yet she's back. Isn't she the one that was trying to order a recount? And it was kind of messy. Jill Stein announcing a surprise presidential bid yesterday, seeking the Green Party's nomination. She's the physician who ran against Hillary and Trump in 2016 as the Green Party nominee, previewing her latest run for the White House on social media and unveiling an accompanying website. Now, official launch is slated for the next couple of weeks. Now, she said, our democracy is on life support, and kind of previewing her campaign kickoff on November 21st. Belief in our political system is at historic lows. The number of Americans who feel that neither establishment party represents them is at a record high. We need real choices on the ballot because without freedom of choice, there is no democracy. It's time to revive the promise of democracy. Now, she wrote on her website that she's entering the presidential race to offer people a choice outside the failed two-party system. So we can put a pro-worker, anti-war, climate emergency agenda front and center in this election and on the ballot in November. Oh, I love that idea. She's anti-war. She's climate emergency. Now, her last bid in 2016 sparked considerable anger from Democrats who argued that she contributed to Trump winning the election by taking away votes from Hillary in some of those close swing states, Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. Clinton allies accused her of being a spoiler that year. Early polling this cycle indicates the three states will be key battlegrounds again in 24. Recent surveys show Biden and Trump within just a few percentage points of each other in all three of those states right now, setting up a potential for a similar scenario next November. Stein running under the Green Party banner again after another third-party candidate, Cornel West, switched his registration from the Green Party to run as an independent. She's promoted early support of the progressive platform, including the Green New Deal. She's a winner. The sweeping environmental reform agenda favored by the climate activists. Her newest campaign slogan, as it appears on her social media accounts, is People, Planet, Peace. The 73-year-old doctor and environmental advocate joins the chorus now of outsiders competing for the Oval Office as discontent with Biden reaches all new levels. Here we are less than a year from Election Day. We shall return into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
What's happening with Larry? Is it Larry? Is that correct? Did we lose Larry? Larry might have done give up. He might have fallen asleep. I don't know. He's been there a little bit. All right, we got Brother Rambler coming up here. Scarecrow is in queue on board this Friday, Casual Friday. Hello to Steve in Columbus. Good morning, Mr. Summers. All the listeners out there. Friday is here. Excited to finish out the work week. Certainly looking forward to a couple of nice days rest and relaxation. With that being said, time to head into town, get the day started. I took the scrap metal hauling gig that the company had, so no longer the opportunity to see what kind of goodies are in the trash. All right, is that a good thing? I'm thinking, yeah, I guess I'd probably rather be hauling the scrap metal. Yeah, that trash can get rather stinky sometimes, right? Thank you much, Steve. Everybody enjoy the day. Enjoy your weekend. Hey there, you realize for over 60 years, Sta-Bil has been the go-to additive when storing lawn equipment, collector cars, boats, generators, anything that's got to be sitting around with gas in it for an extended period of time. Gas actually begins to go stale within like 30 days. It doesn't take long. Well, Sta-Bil storage will keep that gas fresh for up to 2 years. And in the meantime, it fights corrosion issues in your fuel system at the same time. So make sure you store that engine the right way with Sta-Bil. It is news break time, final hour ahead on a Friday morning, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's coming. Crisp fall mornings turn bitter cold. As you fire up your diesel, you can see your breath on the inside of the cab. Imagine looking deep into your engine. Freezing temperatures impact your diesel's fluids, especially fuel. On a 23-degree morning, the paraffin wax in your untreated fuel starts to morph from fluid to large crystals. These crystals clump together and form a gel. At minus 10 degrees, your fuel hits the point where it no longer pours like a liquid. It's so dense that the flow through the fuel filter will slow, causing hard starts or no starts. Get prepared now for the cold that is coming. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel is a premium fuel additive that lowers your fuel's pour point to minus 65 degrees. If it's that cold out, you shouldn't be on the road. You ought to be at home in front of the fireplace. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Winter Anti-Gel Premium Fuel Additive. Available now online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. Exergy is the home of the Sportsman line of injectors. These injectors are designed for use in pickup trucks with no other modifications and offer a 15 to 20 horsepower gain while being calibrated to tighter tolerances than factory stock injectors. With a product lineup of injectors from Sportsman to 700% over, pumps from Sportsman to 14 millimeters, and complete engine control systems, Exergy has you covered. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of our many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA News, I'm Dave Collins. The balance of power in the Senate may see a shift as Democratic Senator Joe Manchin declared he will not seek re-election in 2024. The West Virginian delivered this news through a video shared on social media. At present, the leading contender to succeed him is Republican West Virginia Governor Jim Justice. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel is not looking to rule Gaza after the end of the current conflict between Israel and the Palestinian militant group Hamas.
We don't seek to conquer Gaza, we don't seek to occupy Gaza, and we don't seek to govern Gaza.
In a Fox News interview, Netanyahu said that Israel is not looking to govern Gaza and will have to find a civilian government that will be there. The comments come after he told ABC News Monday that he believes Israel will have the overall security responsibility for an indefinite period. Following the U.S. airstrike in Syria, American troops have faced 4 separate attacks. On Wednesday, F-15s targeted a weapons facility in Syria utilized by Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps and affiliated groups. Officials emphasize that the U.S. is employing proportionate responses, aiming to avoid further escalation in the conflict. Kindergarten vaccine exemptions have reached an historic high.
Data from the CDC, which assesses immunization programs covering measles, mumps, rubella, tetanus, polio, and chickenpox shots, reveals a decrease in the number of children receiving these vaccinations compared to the period before the pandemic. This school year, vaccination coverage stands at 93%, a decline from the previous 95%. The report indicates that a total of 3% of kindergartners had an exemption, with 2.8% of those being non-medical.
That's John Schaefer reporting. This is USA News.
Omaha Steaks is rewriting the book on burgers with an all-new handmade texture for the juiciest home-style burgers you've ever tasted. Their pure ground burgers are made from single cuts of real, aged Omaha steaks. These are truly steaks on a bun. Filet mignon, ribeye, New York strip, sirloin, and even brisket burgers. Now is the time to experience the exclusive Burger Perfection Flight for just $79.99. Go to omahasteaks.com and use promo code TREAT at checkout to get an extra $20 off your order, plus free shipping. You'll get 4 of each pure ground burger, so you can sample all the steak on a bun greatness. These burgers are crafted for a juicier, more tender experience, making your mouth water with every single bite. Don't wait. Go to omahasteaks.com, use promo code TREAT at checkout, and get $20 off the Burger Perfection Flight and discover your new burger obsession. Minimum order may be required.
It looks like movie and TV actors will be going back to work after nearly 4 months on the picket lines. SAG-AFTRA and the Alliance of Motion Picture Television Producers have tentatively agreed to a new deal. The strike ended at a minute after midnight. Fresh off the heels of securing a contract after a strike against the big 3 automakers, the United Auto Workers is pushing hard to organize non-union auto plants. UAW President Shawn Fain says the union plans to pull out all the stops and use everything at its disposal to get workers on board. One southern state is making U.S. history for a controversial reason.
Alabama has scheduled the first execution by nitrogen hypoxia, an alternative to lethal injection that basically deprives the brain and body of oxygen so the inmate dies by suffocation. Kenneth Eugene Smith's execution by lethal injection was abruptly canceled in November after the state couldn't properly set the IV line before the warrant for execution expired. He asked the state to be put to death by nitrogen gas rather than lethal injection after what he called a botched execution. I'm Corey Myers.
Tracy Chapman has become the first black woman to win an award from the Country Music Association. Her 1988 classic Fast Car was re-recorded this year by country star Luke Combs. Fast Car was named Song of the Year. Dave Collins, USA News.
Have you ever picked up a towel set because it felt really soft in the store, but then when you go to use it, it's not very absorbent? That's why MyPillow has developed the MyPillow towels. Towels that work. The 6-piece towel set includes 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, and 2 washcloths. And right now you can receive a 6-piece set for only $39.98 with promo code USA. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, and enter promo code USA, or call 800-951-8175. That's MyPillow.com, promo code USA.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All righty, one more time around here. Let's get an update. I mentioned the UAW strike. We know the big three all reached their tentative agreements. Now awaiting ratification by the rank and file. It's been a while since we heard an update on the Mack truck side, the truck side of the UAW strike. And sure enough, Freight Waves had an update this past day. They will vote next week on the company's last, best, and final offer of a master contract, essentially unchanged since the deal that the workers had rejected the first ratification vote. Where's this going to go? Mack told the union that the 20% compound wage increase offer over 5 years was its final offer. The sides agreed on new terms specific to 4 local agreements during that latest round of negotiations. Talking about 3,900 workers, Pennsylvania, Florida, Maryland, that had rejected that offer by 73% in voting back on October the 8th. Now workers will vote for a second time next week, November 15th and 16th, depending on which location they're in. Mack's main assembly plant near Allentown, PA, has been idle since the walkout began October 9. Workers at 5 other Volvo Group facilities, including the engine plant in Hagerstown, Maryland, are also on strike. Mack, of course, part of the Volvo Group North America. Tentative agreement employees will vote on includes the strong wage and benefit package the company offered at the master contract level and tentatively agreed to by the parties on October 1, as well as a number of revised terms negotiated by the UAW on local agreements impacting the Lehigh Valley operations, Hagerstown, Baltimore, and Jacksonville, Florida locations. According to the statement from Mack this week, about 45% of the total workforce is in progression, meaning they started at a lower wage and would grow into the top rate across the 5 years, down from 6 years in the last contract. For that group of workers across all sites, the average wage increase over 5 years would be 55%, with an immediate wage increase of more than 20%. according to the Volvo Group spokesman. Now, workers at the medium-duty truck plant in Roanoke, Virginia, they're not represented by the union. In a statement on their website, the United Auto Workers called for the revote after the company said the October 1 agreement was its last, best, and final offer. That was endorsed by local and international UAW leadership as a record contract for the heavy truck industry. Mack has taken a hard line since that tentative agreement was rejected. They called the new economic demands by the UAW unreasonable and said the union was turning their back on months of negotiations that had led to that deal. Tentative UAW deals with the Big Three may have helped bring the Mack UAW trial talks to a head. Auto workers will get a compound 25% increase over 4.5 years, signing bonuses and other gains. Now, at a November 2nd rally, union leaders at Mack said their demand for restoration of annual cost of living adjustments mirrored those included in the automaker agreements. UAW gave up the cost of living allowance back in 2009, where we were in the midst of the Great Recession, to help GM, Ford, Chrysler to stay alive. It's not clear how Mack will proceed if the UAW rejects this master agreement for a second time. UAW represented workers at VTNA. Volvo Trucks North America turned down 3 tentative agreements back in 2021 before the company imposed the terms of its last offer. They may very well, since this is pretty much a mirror of what they said no to by a 73% margin last time around. Hello, Brother Rambler. Happy Friday.
Well, praise God, Steve, and glad to be back on the air with you. And hello, God's children out there in Radio Land. Glad to be talking to you tonight. And, you know, you talk about the union and stuff, you know, since Lynn Cheney is out of the job, she can do what her dad used to do. I know my late father-in-law, my wife's daddy, he was a strong union man without coat. And matter of fact, he was a shop steward. He despised Dick Cheney because Dick Cheney was a negotiator. And that's who the unions, well, not the union, but the companies would bring in to kind of bust up a strike. They would bring someone like him in there to get both parties at the table and negotiate. And boy, I mean, he couldn't stand it. And of course, rightfully so. I didn't like Dick Cheney either. He ran this country into the ground because, man, Bush sure wasn't doing it. And I will stand by that to the day I die. That Bush was just the figurehead, God's children. Dick Cheney was really running the show. Him and that Blackheart thing. I know. Well, Brother Rambler, you're a Republican. He is too. Absolutely. I'm a diehard conservative and will die conservative. But not all conservatives are all good. And Dick Cheney was not a good man. So, that being said, happy Veterans Day and happy Friday to our listening friends, Steve, at KVOE 1400 AM in Peoria, Topeka, Manhattan, Kansas, a large military presence out there. And, glad that they're on with us, listening to you from 1 to 3 a.m., Steve, Central Standard Time. And, we're just glad to have them on. Live and local is what they're known for. And I tell you, if you're live and local, then you need to be live and local and tuning in to Steve Summers' The Overnight Drive. What I like most about this show, Steve, and what this station is, guess what? We've all had internet problems. You've had internet problems. You've had problems where the app crashes and, we're all sitting around, oh, what are we going to do? Oh, my God, the sky's falling. Guess what? KVOE 1400 AM in Peoria, Topeka, and Manhattan. Shout out to the military out there. They are on TuneIn Radio. So let's say the app takes a dump, or Facebook, just says, you know what, we don't want to put Steve Summers on. And guess what? You go to TuneIn, put in KDOE 1400 AM, live and local out of Manhattan, Topeka, and Emporia, and you get Steve Summers. Wonderful, wonderful. And Steve, I want to invite our friends at KDOE 1400, live and local out of Emporia, Topeka, and Manhattan, to call in because we have an awesome product. And, Steve, they may ask the question, well, why don't they sponsor other oil products like the other yahoos at other trucking radio sites? Well, we feel like the Hot Shot Secret is a far superior and better product. And I believe we offer a far superior and better product. You don't believe us? Be a first-time caller. Get a $60 voucher to go to hotshotsecret.com and spend that $60 at Hot Shot Secret. Try it out for yourself. Ain't that right, Steve?
And you will know the difference. You'll notice the difference. A lot of snake oil out there, we know, and the Hot Shot Secret is not.
That is correct. That is absolutely correct. And I heard you mention stay bill too, because I tell you what, one of my favorite holidays is right around the corner, and that's Thanksgiving. And Steve, we're all going to be sitting around full of gas,
Mm-hmm.
So try some of that stay bill too. Yeah, I never have found the person who decided to take that picture of my wife over at the hardware store. And put her up there on your Facebook fan page. But if you're looking for a model to model your T-shirts,
she'd be the one. She'd be the perfect candidate. Absolutely.
She sure would. She sure would. And Steve, all you have to do, if you want to know about these T-shirts, listen, we got Christmas, Steve. It's coming right around the corner, okay? Right around the corner. If you want to know more about bumper stickers, koozies, tumblers, T-shirts, trucker caps, just go to overnightdrive.com. You got all your swag right there. Man, don't put a T in Steve's name. Put one on your back and give it a shot. And I tell you, it will be a great gift for your husband, your wife, and have her walk around the house. Get one that's like a 4X for your wife so she can wear it as a nightgown. Hey, perfect, right? But Steve, I tell you, man, happy Veterans Day. Like I said, the Emporia, Topeka, Manhattan area, that's a large military presence out there. We know we've got a lot of on-duty veterans listening to us right now, listening to your voice, my voice. My stepdad, who I always call him Dad, he left us with cancer, same way Dirty Diapers left us. He was 27 years United States Coast Guard, E7 retired. Then I got an uncle. I know this ain't Memorial Day, but I had an uncle that I never met who was United States Navy E2 water tender that was killed in action by a Japanese sub on November 13th, 1942. He was sunk on the USS Juno with the 5 Sullivan brothers and the 4 Robertson brothers. So, we have a strong military presence in my family. And if you're a veteran like Grump, happy Veterans Day to you, Grump. Pappy, who is a squid. Pappy will know that my dad was a brown shoe puddle jumper, United States Coast Guard, and did one tour during Vietnam with them. And I tell you what, there's been a lot of our veterans have seen some horrific things. Captain Ron, shout out to you too. Happy birthday to the jarheads out there, man. What a doggone fighting force. The devil dogs, is what they call themselves. And the funny thing is, whether you believe in the Lord Jesus, Steve, or you don't believe in the Lord Jesus, almost every veteran, if they sit down and they think, if they were in the trenches, the Lord Jesus Christ was right there with them. The reason why they can celebrate this day It's because the Lord Jesus was right there with him and brought him home. And, you know, Steve, I've always been an easy person to talk to. Mike Aiken, Vietnam veteran, United States Army. I don't know why he decided just to sit down and tell me his experience. And I was just a young kid, 20 years old. But this man sat me down, and you never had a veteran from Vietnam just sit down. But he had a flashback one time, and he freaked out. And he sat down and he told me, and Steve, some of the things that man told me was, I tell you what, God got him through it. I had the pleasure of officiating his funeral in 2011. And it wasn't smoking that took him out, Steve. It was exposure to Agent Orange, which a lot of our veterans from the Vietnam era suffer with to this day. You know, our government has done some horrible things to our veterans, like Gulf War syndrome, exposure to Agent Orange, and other just horrific things that our government has done to our veterans. You had read a story, this past week, people losing their ever-loving mind, you know. One man, you know, was like, I believe you read the story, he was arrested and asked him, you know, after he walked into a stranger's house and killed a man he didn't know, then asked the police to take him back to the moon. And this Robert Card fella, you know, he just went totally crazy. And look what he did. So there's no telling what our government's doing to our veterans out there, the ones who have supposedly were sent to fight and die for our freedom, but yet getting spit on. And God knows what, you know. I mean, it's like they were brainwashed, you know, programmed. And it just, you know, my heart goes out to them. And like I said, and I've dealt with the homeless before, and I've dealt with a lot of homeless veterans, Steve. A lot of your homeless veterans, it's a choice. They choose to live like that because they have told me, said, Brother McDaniel, I can't adjust to society. I can't be around people. I couldn't be around my family. You know, the VA wouldn't help me. They just give me a whole bunch of drugs. That's all the VA would do. Here, take these pills, go on about your life. He said, I don't want to take pills. I want to get fixed. There's a few of them that they did get fixed. They allowed the Lord Jesus Christ and that gospel light to come into their life. And I tell you, God's children, once you let the gospel light come into your life, you have light permeating the darkness, and it does work. And I want to encourage you, God's children, we have a church for you. It's called Determined Ministries Church. You can log in 5 o'clock p.m. Central Standard Time. We go live. We just got a piano. My mom's got her piano bench, and my mom's going to be practicing. So hopefully we'll have that thing up and going, and going to have a piano tuner out there to tune it. So we're looking for some beautiful gospel music to start coming out of that thing, Steve. And we're looking forward to having just great services, Holy Ghost singing, Holy Ghost anointed preaching. All you have to do, whether you're in the cab of a truck or sitting in your house, just log in Facebook Live. We go live at 5 o'clock p.m., Determined Ministries Church. And you heard me, you know, plug away the Steve Summers, the overnight drive. If you're up at the 11 o'clock hour, you will hear a friendly voice come on, 11 o'clock Central, 12 o'clock Eastern, with Steve Summers, the overnight drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. And Steve, you're an easy person to talk to, right?
Last I checked, yes, I believe I am. And before I forget, I want to give a shout out. I know you're friends with Shorty. You talked about the homeless and people out there struggling with drug addiction. Tonight, Friday night is a big night. I believe that's his son, correct? His son, Leo, that's going to be graduating 1 year from being addicted to drugs, literally hours away from dying on the streets before they got him in for help. And he's got the before. Wow. He's got the before and after photograph of his son that'll be graduating tonight, of a totally different man. So a shout out to Shorty and congratulations to Leo. Yep.
Praise God. Listen to this, Shorty. That is for your son. To the horn. You know, I can't stand it when someone tells me, he's old school, he can't change, or they're an alcoholic, they're an addict. I've seen Jesus Christ take what you just said, someone hours away at death's door, riddled with track marks in their arms, between their fingers, between their toes, no teeth in their head, and totally transformed. I've seen atheists who didn't believe in God would cuss you out. That gospel light permeate through, and you wouldn't even recognize it. So don't sit here and tell me, well, Brother Rambler, it's impossible. No, I will tell you, with God, all things are possible, because God specializes in things thought impossible. It's you. You're the one that is being impossible to work with. And if you just use that mustard seed of faith, and Steve, we're all born with a measure of faith. Every last one of us. It's up to you to use it. It's up to you to use it. You know, people give the devil, Steve, 99 chances. But they won't even give Jesus Christ not even one. They'll call you a liar, spit in your face, say you're a Bible thumper and everything else. I guarantee you, if you give Jesus Christ one chance, you'll never regret it. Because, Steve, I can tell you, and I know, Steve, you can vouch for me. I've never had Jesus Christ lie to me. I ain't never had him stab me in the back. Well, he said, if you just surrender your addiction to me and trust me, let me have it, I'll put something better in its place. He ain't lying. He'll take it away. You won't even miss it. I know. I've never been an addict a day in my life. If I'm addicted to anything, it's definitely eating, because I do love to eat, you know. Fat men love eating, and I'm a fat guy, you know. I heard you're addicted to putting up Christmas lights. I heard that's a major addiction for you. And I heard that the princess is really going to feed your addiction here in the next couple of weekends. Is that right?
Well, she's going to try.
Oh, well, let her try away. Steve, thank you so much for everything you do for us out here. Thank you for what you do for our church. God's children, I want you to know something, that I love you. And love is just not another four-letter word. It's something you have to do. It's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, or Brother Rambler can love you, and I do one more thing. I went back and listened to the Carolina Monkey Gouger the other night. Wow. I know what it's like to be in a truck when you don't have control. But I will tell you, you go to the Facebook page, the Turban Ministries Church, our pictures are pinned up there. You'll see the accident that I went through. And I can honestly, this is a truth, like Wendy Bagwell said, truth I'm telling you with my hand up. When everything, all chaos was going around, Steve, I'm telling you, I was at total peace. I wasn't scared. It was like everything was going around, and I saw that tree limb coming through that windshield. I had no control of my truck, and I was just like the monkey gouger. I had been so many years accident-free, and I just hit that tree laying in the middle of the road. And look here, I can tell you, whether you're laying in bed, dying of cancer, or whether you're having an accident, when you have Jesus Christ, you have peace. And I know when I had chaos going around, I was at total peace, because I knew that God was in control. Just like with the monkey gouger, he was in control, even when them yahoos pulled that truck over and was going to rob them. If you don't know what I'm talking about, go back, listen to the Steve Summers Show, November 1st, and hear Monkey Gouger's testimony and his story. It truly is amazing. I'm glad that our old boy Jimmy Yars is back out there. And if anything, Steve, this is just my personal opinion. If I ever talk to him, I hope he'd tell me. But I believe it strengthened that man's faith in our Lord. I believe that. All right, God's children, have a great weekend. Don't forget the Turban Ministries Church, and do not forget Steve Summers. Bye now.
All right, have a great weekend. There you go, Brother Rambler. That was hour number 1, by the way. If I want to go back, tune in to Gougers. You know, we were all kind of wondering. 1 week had passed, 2 weeks had passed, then 3, 4, 5, and starting getting concerned. And he tells the rest of the story first hour on November 1. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret.
USA News Update. Israel has agreed to implement daily 4-hour ceasefires in the conflict against Hamas in Gaza.
This should hopefully give some room for civilians, innocent civilians, to move out of places where there's heavy fighting going on.
White House Principal Deputy Press Secretary Olivia Dalton described this agreement as a significant step. Additionally, further humanitarian aid is being facilitated through the Rafah crossing from Egypt. It's expected that the Senate Judiciary Committee will pass subpoenas for Harlan Crow and Leonard Leo in relation to an ethics inquiry concerning the Supreme Court. There are accusations that conservative justices may have received hospitality and travel from Crow and others without proper disclosure. Mortgage rates are down for the second straight week. This week's drop is 0.25 percentage point from the week before. Dave Collins, USA News.
Attention small business owners. This could be the most important 10-minute call you will ever make. You could recover up to $26,000 per employee today. And all you have to do is make one short 10-minute call to take your business up a notch or bounce back from these difficult couple of years. Omega Accounting Solutions can help you recover any payroll tax overpayments you made during the pandemic. You may even be eligible to receive up to $26,000 per employee. All it takes is a quick, easy, free 10-minute ERC consultation to determine if you qualify. Omega is the small business champion with teams dedicated to maximizing tax credits. They know their stuff so well that CPAs and payroll companies even turn to Omega for ERC tax guidance. Call 800-300-9ERC. That's 800-300-9ERC. 1-800-300-9ERC. Or visit OmegaTaxCredit.com.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey, if you're needing to stock up on Hot Shot Secret products, don't forget, use the coupon code Overnight Drive at checkout. You'll get 10% off your entire order at hotshotsecret.com. Over $5 a gallon for diesel? Wow, it's the highest it's ever been. Now, what if you could get paid to use a fuel additive? Hear me out. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment, EDT, will improve your miles per gallon enough that the fuel economy savings will not only pay for the cost of the product, but also keep more money in your pocket. Think about it. At $5 a gallon, you're paying over $1,200 to fill up and going 1,500 miles on a full tank. Well, Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment will increase fuel economy up to 3%. That's an extra 45 miles per tank, $37 worth of diesel, and a savings of 2 cents every mile. EDT is so strong, it only takes $12 worth of EDT to get these savings, and you get all the other benefits of this 6-in-1 treatment. Take the EDT challenge today. If you're not completely satisfied, we'll refund your purchase. EDT is available at Pilot Flying J, Love's Travel Stops, and TA and Petro Stopping Centers. Learn more at hotshotsecret.com.
At Turbo 3000, our founder Andy Matouche firmly believed you should challenge yourself.
Put the most money back in your pocket, where it belongs. Four Wheeler Magazine took our challenge, and they wrote it did exactly what we said it would do.
As fuel prices keep going up, get your Turbo 3000 from manufacturer direct. Call us at 888-311-9993. Always free shipping in the USA, and for a limited time, save $45 off total purchase using coupon code STEVESAVES at turbo3000.com.
And now, back to this.
Hey, a quick shout out to the women in trucking. After narrowing the list down to 3 finalists, the Women in Trucking Association naming the winner of the 2023 Influential Women in Trucking Award. Earlier this week, they named Shelley Simpson, who is the president of J.B. Hunt Transport Services, as the recipient of this year's award. Announced as J.B. Hunt's president July of last year, Simpson has served in a number of executive leadership roles with the company over 28 years. Prior to being elected as president by the company's board of directors, Simpson served as chief commercial officer and executive vice president of people and human resources. According to the Women in Trucking CEO, which I had a chance to interview there at the Mid-America Truck Show earlier this year, Jennifer Hedrick, who's taking over for Ellen Voigt, Shelley's passion and leadership in the field, including her commitment to expanding gender diversity in transportation, have been evident throughout her nearly 30-year career. A tip of the hat to the other 2 finalists for this year's award, which was Tori Blake, the chief financial officer and co-owner of Western Logistics Express and WLX, and Megan Ferguson, vice president of end-to-end delivery acceleration for Walmart. The annual honor has been presented by this group since 2011. According to Women in Trucking, the award recognizes the achievements of female role models and trailblazers in the trucking industry, which we know historically has been a male-dominated industry. Well, there's Scarecrow on a casual Friday.
Well, good morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Steve, that was pretty presumptuous on Horse Feather's part to assume that we could provide all kinds of baloney to cover for Knucklebuster. Maybe he's going to chime in that last 5 minutes and really blow us all away. We'll have to wait and see on that. But I apologize. I do not sport kind of baloney there. Kind of reflecting back on the first part of the program there, I apologize for dropping off after that first wait there, Steve, but the shipping guys, they were standing in the door waving at me, and they just don't understand the importance of overnight drive. So
you got business to tend to. Duty calls, business.
Oh, yeah, here we are now. And I think Captain Ron, he was running down the list of all the benefits available, on Veterans Day and freebies and whatnot. I think didn't he say possibly a free haircut someplace are offered too?
I know. Great Clips is offering free haircuts. I do know that.
Okay, well, that's Veterans Day. Steve's old Scarecrow, he'll provide free haircuts 7 days a week. Now, let me tell you, I'm an amateur. I might do a hack job, but Steve, it's been 20 years since I've been to a barber, and it's plenty easy to stand in front of that mirror and take that clipper and just go back and forth, and bam, you're done. Now, I've got 2 options available. Now, I can provide the bowl cut like you'll see on the little Amish boys running around, or I can do the complete shear job, which is my specialty. Now, coincidentally, yesterday afternoon, I looked at what was going on in the mirror, and I thought, man, oh man, you got to make that disappear. So I put the guard on the clipper, and away I went, and then I put the very fine guard on to do my neckline and whatnot. And, well, then I saw a few errant pieces sticking up on top. And well, I grabbed them a quick again too. And well, Steve, somebody forgot to change back to the original guard, so we had what looked like a highway map going on top of my head for a little while there, and that kind of dictated. Right now, I have the shortest hair that I have had since I was coming out of my mama's womb there. So it was a whole new experience stepping out of the house last night. And first thing I did was looking for a stocking cap because there was absolutely no insulation left up there. So either way, anybody tempted to take advantage of the free offer there, well, you just get in touch with me. Well, we'll do a little bit of experimenting on you too. Oh, now where else were we going? Oh yeah, horse feathers. There was a couple anniversaries I wanted to make note of here, Steve. And yes, horse feathers brought up about the Edmund Fitzgerald, and I really can't figure out why I'm so intrigued, by that event. It may be just that I'm interested in Great Lakes shipping in general, and having toured the museums up in Duluth and all the way. No, it's a very quite an industry in itself, and perhaps the fact it isn't much more than a couple 100 miles from the home 20 there where that accident took place, and the realization that Mother Nature, it's not forgiving. It can deal the death blow in a short notice. And in fact, I mentioned this earlier in the week. How quick weather can change. And we're right in that was today, 48 years ago.
Wow,
today.
How about that?
And the other one and it's very interesting, Steve. Do an online search. The best information I've ever found about it was on Wikipedia. You just type in Edmund Fitzgerald, and that's the first thing that comes up on a Google search, and that has everything involved with that vessel, and what transpires that night through the day and into the night, and the investigations and the court reviews and everything that took place. A lot of information to be gleaned from that. And then the second one, an even greater disaster, it would be the blizzard of Armistice, the Armistice Day blizzard. Now, this took place back in 1940, and I was thinking, gosh, that took place right in the middle of the duck hunting season. Now, what the heck day was that? Well, it hit me just out of the blue on the way down here tonight. Veterans Day used to be called Armistice Day. And so I asked Siri real quick, when was Armistice Day and blizzard? Yeah, November 11th of 1940. And that, too, started out as a robin or a bluebird type of day. Guys went out duck hunting in T-shirts, and a lot of fatalities, from that blizzard. The weather changed so quick, and all through the Midwest and maybe even down into the Great Plains. It just an event that astronomers, and not astronomers, the weather guys, sorry, that are still in awe of today and such. But there's two anniversaries that are easy to forget by the masses, many who weren't even born yet. These took place. But anyway, then when you were talking about the Apollo 8 flight there, you described that image of the sunlit Earth shining behind the moon surface there. Yep. And I'm thinking, man, you think about these guys in this little capsule, 250,000 miles away from home, and they had to be hoping, as beautiful as it is, they certainly had to be hoping they can make it back there.
Absolutely. I mean, it was a first. You don't know if you're ever going to get back to the planet.
Oh, man. But that picture, Steve, I'll bet that is, at least for the Apollo program, probably the most used photo in advertising, promotion, commercials. You know, it's just a natural photo from, space expeditions and such. But now, something I've been sitting on for a couple, 3 weeks. We're really moving into the casual side of things here, Steve. But want to get it done and over with here. Now, first off, I have to ask you, when young Steven, when he was dating or prior to dating, how did he meet your future daughter-in-law? Was it through the online social media, as most things are today, or
no? That was they were high school. They went to high school together.
Okay, because it seems like more and more you talk to individuals, it's all social media connections and whatnot. Now, I'm going to jump away from that. We'll tie this in after a little bit here. Several few weeks back, Steve, I made the announcement of a new novel that had been, become available on the bookshelves. The title is Close Enough to Hurt. Authored by one Catherine A. Olson. Now, Steve, there's no financial matters or gain on my part to bring this up. Wait a minute. I have to take that back, don't I?
Just
Catherine
a little, maybe.
Olson is my daughter-in-law.
Yes.
Yeah, she happens to be my daughter-in-law. And never mind, listeners, that this is all one big happy family here. Don't feel that you have to go out and purchase this book. Anyway, Steve, a couple weeks back, my wife, she was, she reading a few pages at a time or whatnot. And early in the book, it's kind of a new side to our daughter-in-law that we really weren't totally familiar with. There were some hints about it, years back, but she said earlier on in the publication, the F-bomb was dropped quite frequently and such, and then 2 weeks back she come upon later chapters, and she said, "Man, oh man, is that ever a hot and juicy type of story?" I guess I have to call it a story, and I looked at her and I said, "Are you saying that there's a reason that our son walks around with a smile on his face all the time?" And she gave me kind of a sly, smirky look and nodded her head. Well, Steve, from what I gather, if there were photos in this book, it would be considered pornography. As I say, a whole new side to our daughter-in-law there that we're not aware of. Now, I come to find out a week back that one of my cousins, now she is very, very, very active with their church, and come to find out she's going to be reading that book if she hasn't started already. So I sent her a text, and I told her that you may want to be putting that book down. It may end up being more than you can handle.
A little more salacious than you anticipated? Is that what you're saying? A little too salacious?
Yes. Spicy. That's the word my bride used. Spicy. And, but yeah, my cousin said, well, that's what sells today, so left it at that. Well, I've also made known, Steve, this girl that frequently stops to my mom's house and helps her out, and such. We become good friends and such. Now, she happens to be our pastor's wife, and she too is waiting on this book. And I explained it to her too that it sounds like it's spicy beyond spice. And see if her response was, "I'm ready for spicy." So I'm kind of waiting to hear. I'm waiting to hear her reviews on that.
Oh boy!
Now, I said I was going to bring into the conversation when I asked you about, Steve dating and whatnot. Now, both of our boys, met their future daughters-in-law through the social media and such. The youngest, right out of Milwaukee, and the eldest, that being, Brandon, when he was out in Colorado, the academy, Kate. Now she's born a Southern Belle. They, in her early teen years, they moved to Santa Fe, and she was also going to school up in Colorado Springs when Brandon was, and they met, via social media and such, and dated. Now his junior year, his 2-degree year at the academy, they have what they call the ring dance, and this is where they're presented. They receive their class rings, and so he invited Kate to go to the dance, the natural, and he told her, think of a high school prom, only really, 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 really fancy. So, her mom and Kate, they went dress shopping, and from what I could get out of it, Steve, I'm thinking Mama was figuring, we're going to land you a husband with this dress. And in the end, Steve, we saw this picture of this dress, the day of the evening of the dance, out on the terrazzo by the reflection pool. Now, Steve, this I showed the picture to the bride, and I said, honey, you might as well meet our future daughter-in-law right now.
Wow.
Because he is going to be so hooked. And Steve, now this is a blue number that you would expect to see on the red carpet. Unlike the certain blue dress that tied in with Monica's blue dress, this thing has enough spangles and stuff on it to hide any stain that might pop up.
Oh boy!
And it was. I have to believe there was probably an engagement ring that came around shortly after this. But yes, it. So there's a little bit within Kate that maybe bleeds over into this novel that she wrote. Anyway, she claims that she despises that dress to this day. But it was a long dress, but I think the material that was at the bottom came from the top, if you know what I mean. So either way, that's where I've been sitting on this for a while. Here, see, as they say, Steve, and close enough to hurt everybody. Have a good weekend, Steve, and we'll push Knucklebuster next week as to whether there's ties between the bodaciousness in Tennessee and the T-shirt.
Oh boy! All right, well, so a novel, a quote fictitious story that might just actually have some elements of reality. Is that what? I guess that's the way you'd. Yeah, we'll get Double R. Hang in there. Coming up into the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you know gas goes bad in as little as 30 days? Bad gas can cause rough starts, poor performance, or no starts at all. Stable, America's #1 fuel stabilizer, ensures quick and easy starts after storage. Stable's proprietary formula keeps fuel fresh for 2 years, outperforming competitors. Whether it's your car, truck, boat, lawnmower, leaf blower, weed trimmer, ATV, motorcycle, or anything else with an engine, when you store, start with Stable.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Trying to think back in time. Yeah, young Steven, he had several young ladies that were fond of him. And I recall we're going back to when he joined the Army right out of high school. And if recollection is correct, we went down for his graduation from basic training, and actually one of the other girls that liked him went along for the ride. Remember? Yeah, you were there for that, weren't you, Double R? I think Katie was with us when we went down for that, but ultimately it was Lauren that he ended up hooking up with.
Right. No, I didn't go. I was over in Iraq. Nita went.
Okay.
Remember? Because
because
I
think we had
guys on the
Don and
on
Suzanne
computer.
were there. There were several people there. Yes.
Yeah. So that's been a while back.
So what's going on, Double R?
Anyhow, not a whole lot. I'm just going through Phoenix on my way to L.A. I've got a new fully electric Silverado pickup truck. I'm taking out here to L.A. The L.A. Auto Show's getting ready to go in, and then I got to go to Vegas. Got the Mecum auction going on, and we'll be doing the outbound on it. So going to be busy, but I just wanted to call in and tell you to have a nice weekend. But today is Veterans Day, ain't it?
Tomorrow, Saturday, actually Veterans Day.
Oh, okay. All right. So, wow.
Thanks.
Time is flying this year, I know that.
Thanks for your service, Double R. I mean, 20, how many years?
30, right at 33 years total.
Wow, see? That's amazing.
So, yeah. I'd do it again, too, but anyhow, I just wanted to call in. I'm not going to take up too much of your time. You're getting ready to get off anyhow, so I just want to tell everybody to be safe and be careful. And I had a post-traumatic stress day today, Steve. That's what, it was rough.
Really?
These damn foreign drivers. I get so ill about them. I run you over, and I'm just really pushing me towards retiring. I'm really getting tired of it. And, but it is what it is, you know. Anyhow, like I said, I just wanted to call in and say, have a nice weekend, and tell Sis, the same thing. And I'll get out of here and let somebody else get in, but.
Well, you'll be our final caller this morning. So happy Veterans Day. Thanks so much for your service all those years. Thanks for chiming in. Thanks for being a friend of the show.
Thank you.
Real quick, Lisa got a hold of Chris Gabrelchik yesterday, and she convinced him. She actually walked him through and got him booked for the damn cruise finally. So he's on the list.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Well, I've got two more couples that are talking about going, so it's going to be a good time.
Advise them to try to get a deposit down. The highest level they had she could get was like level 6. I think that's everything else from level 6 up is booked. So let them know that. All right, out the door we go. Have a great weekend. We'll see you back next edition.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I